Hello, everyone. This is TCH Live here on Thursday night. Again, coming at you from TCH here in Austin, Texas. I am your host, David De La Pena, and as always, we have a special guest with us today. You may have seen him on stream before, but it's Austin Lim. How you doing, Austin?
Good, man. Thanks for having me. Excited to be back. Got an exciting stream tonight. Looks like a pretty fun lineup, so
Yeah.
kick things off with a bomb pot, as is custom here down at TCH Austin.
A lot of cast of characters that we have seen before. If you guys know Austin, he's commentated before, and he was on the stream last week with the 7 Deuce game, which was insane. So if you guys haven't seen that 7 Deuce highlight that our producers here put that together, it was pretty sweet. And
Definitely one of the most fun streams that I've played on. Despite getting run over, I still had a really good time.
probably the most fun stream I personally commentated. So let's see if we can one-up this one. But we're going to go ahead and start with the bomb pot. And as you can see, Brian flops 2 pair with the ace-10. So if you've never played a PLO bomb pot before, you got to play 2 cards in your hand, any combination of 2, and then 3 on the board for the best hand of 5 cards, and that is going to be the best hand. Lex O is back in the building. If you watched our Monday stream, you kind of ran into it a little bit. I was just talking to Lex O a little bit earlier, so wish them a little bit more good luck for this stream.
He was not running well on Monday.
Yeah,
And
just running into it. And he had the discipline to leave. And you were commentating that one, right, with Aaron.
We were saying that it was really impressive that he had the discipline to leave, because I think that's something that's pretty tough. But if you're not going to be playing your best game, it's better to just rack him and leave. There'll always be another day.
Yeah. Well, I left twice today because I had two really bad sessions in a row. And Lex O, is he going to pot it here?
Got a mystery hand, but it looks like he's potting it.
He's going to pot it for 240. And Jay Wynn got the half hoodie rocking. 1 ear in, 1 ear out. Gonna think it over as Jay Wynn
Top
normally
2
does.
with an open under, but to the bad end. If he hits the top card. And the straight could be dead already, so I don't think Jaywin's loving this here, but he does have the nut flush draw. And he's just,
no,
sorry,
no,
he didn't.
no, he does not hit it. For a minute there, I think,
I thought
is that
the-
diamond? Is that?
I
is
thought
that-
it was the ace. I saw the ace of hearts on the
Me
board,
too.
but
The
maybe.
board may be wrong, ladies and gentlemen.
Or I guess it can't be because it says Jaywin has the ace of hearts.
That's
But
true.
I thought I saw it.
Me too. I thought I saw it as well.
Okay, well,
Lexo's going to go ahead and check. 720 in the pot right now. So SPR is 1 for both players. And we're going to go ahead and check back. And can't see the cards from Lexo, so we're trying to zoom in here with our binoculars.
looks like Lexo has set of jacks.
Yeah, set of jacks. That
Maybe.
Is that a queen?
Queen?
I can't tell.
tell.
We're seeing exactly what you guys can see, ladies and gentlemen.
But it
So-
looks like Lexo's going to win.
And he's going to go ahead. All right, he should just rack up and leave right now. You know.
Call it a day.
But it's always good to see when a poker player who is just not having the best run outs throughout the entire time, when they're just disciplined enough to kind of get up and not try to get unstuck in that day. I mean, how did you go through a situation like that, Austin?
I think especially he was aware because he folded queens to a 4-bet on the button against Chaz, who was in the straddle, and I think he recognized that he was just playing a little maybe scared money, and so he decided it was time for him to leave.
Yeah.
I think that's something that I could definitely get better at. It's hard for me to pick up and leave, especially if the game is good. But I think I'll try and go for a walk for 5 or 10 minutes and then reassess everything. And then sometimes I'll catch myself in spots where the game might not be as good as I am trying to convince myself that it is. And in those cases, I think it's nice to step away and then you come back and then it's easier to leave.
I also think it's situational, too. Like, if you're a young guy, not married, no kids, you can probably stay and play all day to get unstuck, you know what I mean?
Right.
But if you have a family at home, sometimes it's best to just, if you're not having fun because you keep losing over
Right.
and over, it may be more fun to just kind of go home, take the day off, and come back another day.
Right.
But now we're going to go ahead and have our first Hold'em hand. So the stacks for 2-5 here, ladies and gentlemen, is a 200 to start, 1,000 max, and then after that is match the stack. So now that Lexo won a pretty decent pot there, everybody can match his stack at this point. And are we getting a new deck?
Looked like there might have been some technical issues with the first one, so
Yeah.
just wait this one out.
Maybe that's why that one wasn't showing up on the Lex O end. But if you guys don't know Lexo, they're in the 1, 2, 3 seat. He is a poker vlogger. I can't remember how many subscribers he has. Was it like 20K or something?
I'm not sure, but he's one of my favorite vloggers, actually. I really like his stuff. I think he does a good job with his analysis, and he really thinks about the game. He definitely seems like he studies and is trying to improve with each of the vlogs, and he makes his vlogs to try and help people get better, which I think is great.
Him and Mariano, definitely probably the 2 most jacked vloggers that that we have. They both get in the gym.
For sure. It doesn't come across like that in his vlogs. When I saw him in person, I was like, oh, wow.
Oh, really?
Like so, yeah.
Well, it's mostly just his face, right? On the
vlogs, it's mostly just his face, so he's looking pretty good.
And now we are back to the hold'em hand. So it looks like we got a $10 strata. As you can see, Tillman is back. Jay Wynn, David from last Thursday. AJ back in the building with the King 3 suited. He was in that infamous hand with Greg Goes All In last week with the 7-deuce versus 7-deuce all-in pre-flop. Pretty insane. That hand's been kind of going viral a little bit. And Aaron with Jack 10 suited, one of my favorite hands on the button, is going to make the call.
This is
Lion's gonna make the
a
call.
perfectly fine hand to be flatting on the button for Aaron here. And we'll go to a flop 3 ways, it looks like.
4 ways, I think.
Oh, Lottie.
Did Lottie fold? It looks like he's out. It says he called, but I think he folded. So I think we're going 3 ways to the flop.
If you already know, it's fine. I like not
Ace 6 4. So
Swing and a
Lottie's
miss.
not in. It says that he's in, but he is not in. There you go, fold. Okay, so now we're back in the mix. King high still good for Brian. AJ with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw is going to go ahead and lead at this and continue to tell the story.
And AJ's going to have most of the stronger aces here, where Aaron and Brian are really not going to have them. So that seems like a perfectly fine flop for AJ to c-bet and take it down.
Yes, definitely good to continue going there. So Jay Wynn, 1.7, and AJ and Lexa right behind them with 1.5, 1.4. Looks like everybody started with 1,000. And by the time the stream is over, as usual, Austin will probably get 4 to 6K in some of the biggest stacks here, as this 2-5 game in Texas plays much bigger than 2-5 games in other states and cities. How was it out there in Boston?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't compare to this. I'd say typically the stakes here are 1 stake higher than other places, if not 1.5. So just something to think about. And Lexo, actually, I don't know if you follow him on Instagram, but he made a post after Monday saying he was a little bit surprised by how big the game played, and maybe he wasn't properly coming into it with the proper mindset. I think he typically buys in to his 5-10 game at home for 3K-ish, and he said everybody at the table covered him, and that was a pretty, a learning experience for him. But hopefully he's used to it now.
Texas poker is definitely different. So saying hello to the chat here, JTN 1968, who's in the booth tonight? It is me once again, David Della Pena, and we have Austin Lim, who is, am I saying that right? L-I-M? Lim? That is in the booth here with me. We've both commentated before. This is what, your third time? Third time now? Okay.
But
You're becoming a fan favorite now, Austin.
I've been having a great time.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. Were you nervous the first time? You ever
A little bit. I did it with Seth, though, so I think that
Oh,
that
yeah,
helped.
that's right.
Definitely helped.
You could just hear Seth just mixing drinks in the back. All right, well, AJ is going to go ahead and start with kings here. Aaron's going to be super tight and fold the 5-deuce offsuit. Come
We're going to have
Aaron.
to talk to him about that one after the stream.
That has to be in his GTO range.
Brian going to limp in with the 8s, and I think that's perfectly fine here, which is going to bring Lexo in with a suited connector. Again, I think that's fun. Maybe a hand you could think about 3-betting sometimes.
We're going to go 4 ways to the flop. 167 in the pot here. Brian's the effective stacks with 880. And an ace high
Always
board.
that ace when you have kings.
Let's see if AJ continues even with the ace high. He is not out of position. And it's probably going to go check, check, check all the way around. Unless Lexo thinks his 6 was good, but probably does not. He's going to go ahead and check back. And, whoa. So that's
we're having
that's
some
a
errors
9, yeah.
with the cards.
So there's only one 6 out there. The board, it was a ace queen 9. So Lexo does not have trips, just has a pair of 6s. But after everyone checked back, I think HA feels pretty good about his kings here.
And Lexo going to make the call here.
Lexo's hoping for a 7 or a 6. He does not have tripped 6s. He has a 6 and a 6 only.
Next weekend, my plans to be in Houston, TCH Houston.
And it says that Lexo's won, but AJ definitely has the best hand here. He is blocking the nut straight, and he's going to go ahead and lead out as he thinks his kings are good, and they are. And no, everyone, he didn't fold trip 6s. That first 6 is a 9, but someone turned it around by accident, so no big deal. As everyone in the chat, how are you guys doing? Let me see, JTN. Squaru. I think I finally said your name right. I keep calling you Squirlio. But Squaru. Jedi Master Ted. Roger Garrison. Carolyn. Hey, Carolyn. Peter. So, welcome back. Seeing a lot of familiar faces as usual. And as you know, we have to say this every time. If you haven't hit that like button or subscribe, definitely do that. We definitely appreciate it. So, getting close to 40K subscribers here, which is pretty sweet. Were you living here when this stream started, or were you still in Boston?
No, I was in Florida. I lived in
Oh,
Florida
yeah,
for 3
that's
years
right, you were in
before
Florida.
moving to Texas.
Did
but
you watch this stream at all when you were over there, or didn't know about it?
I had seen like a few little clips of it, but I hadn't seen too much of it. Obviously, a lot more involved since I moved down here, and I think it's really great, man. I think it's super fun. I think everybody who plays has a great time. It's fun to be able to go watch yourself on YouTube.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's great.
And Dave flops best with the ace. Jaywen's going to go ahead and check the queen 10 off.
And I think it was a 9 on the board again. So I think maybe we're having trouble with that 6 of spades. And whatever the 9 is, but I could be wrong.
I
We'll
wonder
double
if
check
that's
for
a
you.
card thing. Is that Dave? Hey, Seth, I had a question. Every time there's like a 6 of spades here, it's supposed to be a 9, but it's like a 6. Is that something with the card, maybe? Is it the card or the action
Yeah,
tracker?
because the 9 of spades is coming up as the 6 of spades.
Yeah, so the 9 of spades is coming up as 6 of spades for some reason.
Dave going to turn 2 pair. Jaywen going to let go of his gutter. And that's going to be the end of that hand.
Okay, so our team is going to look into this here because, as you can see, the 9 of spades that's actually there is showing up as a 6 of spades. So we may actually get a new deck in here just to make sure that these things are correct.
The all-in actually has a sound. It's all the chips like getting knocked over. Yeah, it's that sound. What are you talking about? I play a lot of online poker.
Yeah, because it's not a you thing, right? Because it scans it. Okay, got it. So trying to figure that out, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, technical difficulties sometimes. Sometimes it's just completely out of everyone's control. So maybe just one of the cards being a little weird just wants to identify as a 6 and not a 9. Oh, man.
The screen just starts shaking.
All right. Aaron's going to go ahead and fold the jack 6, folding all the way around. Tillman, a.k.a. All-In, is going to go ahead and fold as well. 6-6, and it's not a spade, so we know those have to be true. And I don't think he's going to, oh, he may. He's just going to go ahead and defend with the 9-7 off in the straddle. And we're going to go heads up here.
AJ in position for the entire hand, so I think this is fine, closing the action.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not for another round with that.
Ace, Jack, 8 with 2 hearts on the board. It's probably going to go check, check, which it will. Let's see. There's a lot of turn cards. They've been good for AJ here, even though, and that is not one of them.
Definitely not one of them.
Let's see if Jay wants to take a stab here. He is not. He definitely has showdown value, so probably wants to get the showdown as cheap as possible. And it's probably going to go check, check, unless AJ wants to take a stab here, and he does not. So sixes are going to be good. I mean, obviously he only has 9 high. He can't win with 9 high. But if you're AJ there, would you try to take a stab there, or are you just letting it go because it's such a small pot?
I think that's an okay board to take a stab at. You probably have a decent amount of jacks there. You probably don't have many flushes because you would probably bet flush draws on earlier streets. But Jay is going to show up with a lot of sort of nothing. But again, the pot's so small. It seems fine either way. And Jay might just call you with sixes because he just doesn't believe you, right?
Yeah. When it comes to that, the pot is so small. It's like the pot odds at that point probably don't even matter. It's like, oh, it's $60. Here you go. Whatever.
Right.
You know what I mean? So might as well, just for a pot so small, just check, check, move on.
And that's sort of one of the things about live poker, I would say, right? Because a lot of the times it's the nominal amount of the bet, not the amount of the bet compared to the pot.
It's very different from tournaments. That's for sure.
Right. So if you're sitting at a table and there's a 4K pot, but the river bet is 1,200, people are going to treat, you know, your quarter pot bet a lot differently than they're going to treat $10 into 40, right? Because they care about the amount of money.
I'm actually kind of curious when we're playing live poker, like how many folks are actually doing like pot odds in their head and be like, okay, I gotta be good here 29% of the time. You know what I mean?
I was thinking, have you seen the Solve for Why they do the poker out loud thing?
Yeah.
That'd be really, really fun to have that at just like one of the random.
Just do the pot odds the whole time.
Yeah, and just see like what people are thinking. Like,
yeah,
it'd be super interesting to hear because so many people have, you know, think about poker in different ways, and everybody brings a bit different perspective. It'd be fun to listen to the variety of things that go through people's heads. You know, I would really like to hear about the live read stuff because I feel like everybody has something, right, that they think about or whatever, and they go, I knew you didn't have it.
I definitely have several live reads on these folks, but you can never tell people what their live reads are.
Of course.
But Dave has an open ender here.
They both got open enders here.
Oh, yeah, they do. They both have open enders. But Dave has the higher one. Oh, no. Yeah, they do. Okay.
And he's just going to go ahead and get there. And Aaron's got a pair and an open ender. And I don't see him going anywhere on this board. He might actually find a raise here. And he's just going to call.
Going to the river. 335 in the pot here. And
wow.
They're chopping.
And Dave gets counterfeit. That's
yeah. Now let's see who wants it more. But I don't think either one of them are folding unless someone could be scared of ace-queen here. Aaron does have a queen in his hand. And, well, Dave obviously has a queen in his hand as well. So they're just going to snap call.
Snap call. And they're going to chop it up.
Yeah, chop it up.
Dave's
like,
Dave
damn, you got there? That's so funny.
That's the face of somebody who is a little bit frustrated.
I was worried that I was saved you. Oh, I'm worried. I was
No point of raising there. I mean, obviously Aaron has a queen, so he's blocking his queen. But, I mean, Dave can obviously have his queen there as well. And I don't think they're that familiar with one another. Dave, as I know, is new. He played on the stream last week. Was it for the first time when he was with you?
I think so. He was fun to play with. I hadn't talked to him much before, but we had a good time on the stream.
I'm not sure. I met him, and I think he. I'm not sure if he's from here or if he's just in town to, to play streams. But I've never personally played with him, so I don't think him and Aaron have a lot of familiarity with one another.
I think that's right. The only hand that I played with Dave was he got me to fold king queen on an ace queen board when he overbet the pot with his 7 deuce.
Oh yeah. They were both, everybody was getting on that 70. So, guys, if you have not seen our video from last Thursday, we played the 7 deuce game, which means it's the worst hand in poker. You have to win with 7 deuce, get everybody to fold, basically. And we had it about 30 times. And now Tillman, with the best hand in poker, is going to go ahead and raise to 80.
To 80. Sizing seems perfectly fine. I would say typically you go somewhere between 2.5 to 4x here.
And Lexo has a callable
Lexo is
hand here,
definitely
so
gonna call.
just gonna go ahead and call out of position. No reason to float. I can't even talk right now. Make the pot bigger.
Yeah, definitely a hand that you're happy to see a flop with. Wow.
Decent flop there for Lexo. Flops top pair and a gutter.
And Tillman is gonna overbet. And
I'm surprised he didn't go all in.
Lexo here has a hand that I don't think he can get away from. I don't know if he's seen Tillman play or if he knows how Tillman plays at all, but he's just going to have a lot of equity against so many hands here.
Yeah. I was playing with Tillman earlier, and for the most part, and we all love Tillman. For the most part, when he's betting, he pretty much always has it. And he's gonna go
Lexo's
ahead. He's gonna
gonna
show
make
it though. He's gonna show the aces. Oh, he's not gonna show
Really,
it. Okay.
really disciplined fold there.
I was playing with Tillman earlier. Super card dead. Literally couldn't win a hand to save my life. And I get Jack 10, and I flop trip 10s. And I go ahead and you know, we bet, whatever. And it's going 3 ways, and Tillman's in there. He has position on me. And one gentleman bets, I raise on the turn. And then Tillman shoves for like another 700. And I'm just like, oh, God, did you really flop a full house here? I was like, there's no way I can fold with having trip 10s, top trips. So I go okay to call. He flops a boat.
Of course,
It's
of course.
Oh, God. The flop was 10, 10, 5, and the turn was an 8. And I was like, do you really have pocket 5s or pocket 8s here? And he had pocket 5s. He's probably the only person I would just fold like the second or third nuts to.
Right.
Because he just always has it.
That's when you know you're running bad, man.
Yeah.
When Tillman just comes over the top of you, you're like,
just
all
like,
right,
this
well,
fold.
this is bad. So Aaron's going to go ahead and bump this one up from the small blind. Probably going to go about 50.
Slightly smaller, interesting. We can make it
45 maybe.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and take
Just
it
going
down.
to take it down.
No other callers. How do you feel about Ace King? I know some people love Ace King. Some folks hate Ace King.
I think it
most of the
takes,
people that hate Ace King are in the 1-2 player category. But
I think it takes some maneuvering sometimes. I think the biggest mistake that people make with it sometimes is just overplaying it. Like they get Ace King and they're like, all right, well, I'm never folding at any point in this hand.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I think those are the people that end up hating it, right? Because, you know, you see a flop that's like 6, 7, 8 all hearts and you have no heart. And then they're like, well, I already put, you know, X amount of money in the
Just
pot.
go ahead and jam here.
I'm just going to rip it in.
I've seen the pros do it, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it.
Right.
But they didn't realize that the pros only have like 15 big blinds and they're in a tournament and you have Ace King. It's like a
Right.
totally different situation here.
Right. So much of that is relevant in poker, right? Just like how deep you are, what kind of game you're playing, all of that stuff. Tillman going to limp in here with the Queen Jack.
And we got a super chat, $10 from Carolyn. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Hoping Aaron runs good so I can take that money from him next time, as we are. We are all trying to take money from Aaron and also trying to make him laugh during the hand.
Thanks,
he's
Carolyn.
like the most serious
Right.
of all time, Aaron there.
Aaron and Cy are having a competition for best poker face. It's ongoing.
Oh, Jay, you can put Jamin in that mix too sometimes.
Jaywin, yeah, for sure. But Jaywin will crack sometimes.
He
He'll
will.
laugh or
You can get him to
chat.
laugh.
Or, yeah. If you try hard enough, right?
And Tillman flops second pair. Aaron,
Aaron is stone-faced.
yeah, stone face. And he's going to go ahead and continue here. He has a backdoor flush draw. And no thanking Tillman. Going to go ahead and make this call. Heads up to the turn. Let's see if Aaron can pick up some equity here. And he does not. He can represent a 10 if he chooses to, if Tillman checks it over. He's probably going to go check here.
I don't know what the
And
bear
it is.
stands for. I forget to ask. But
It's so generic that it doesn't have to be a matching tattoo.
And Tillman's going to hit Broadway on the river. And going to lead out. And Aaron's probably just going to snap it.
And unfortunately, Aaron doesn't have anything to call him with.
And Tillman off to a nice start today. Nice start to this stream.
Do you remember the hand last week when he had a set of kings and he just like jammed 4K into a pot of a few hundred? Oh, Aaron. I always joking with Tillman because I'm like, Tillman, it's like you're my friend, man. We want you to get value. If you're just jamming all the time, nobody's gonna call you.
Tillman definitely takes some interesting lines.
Yeah, I was telling him today, I was like, hey, if you're going to go all in, try to add this into your repertoire. Just count to 7 before you do anything. 'Cause it's immediately his turn. He's like, all in.
Right.
Come on. Nobody brought the all-in glasses from Greg Goes All In from last
Wow.
year. You still rocking those, aren't you?
I still have them. I think they're in the car right now.
Okay.
They're pretty great. I think
Should wear them the next time you get pulled over. She's like, hey, man, I was just going all in.
You have to post it at the same place.
and Lottie
Yeah.
just gonna make the call.
So if you're a 20, that says favorite hand.
Tight versus tight, right here. Ace Jack versus 10-8.
Seth, what's your favorite
60
hand?
versus 40% here. And Williams flops the nut flush draw, and that Tillman's going to go ahead and get away. Pot's not even big enough to really fight for it at this point, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next hand. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Austin, Texas. I know we get that question every now and again, like if this Austin or this is Dallas, but we're here in Austin, Texas, playing 2-5. If you've never played before, go ahead and on the bottom there on the video, go ahead and look up that and follow the instructions. And in the link, you can go ahead and click on those links there and fill out the forms and see other highlights of this stream if you're interested in playing.
And this is one of my favorite card rooms that I've played in. I've played all around the country, and I think that this room has the most communal feeling of any room that I've ever been in. It doesn't feel like a casino. So if you just want to come down and hang out with some cool people and play some cards, this is the place. This is the spot.
You know, and I think most people that come from like a casino community, like none of these, because in Texas, casinos are not allowed. These are literally membership rooms, kind of like a golf membership, but you're not playing golf. You're all inside playing poker, and you get to see kind of the same faces for the most part. Our 2-5 table, we probably have a group of like 30, 40 guys that kind of come in and out that we play with, and
Right.
so it's nice to just kind of see some familiar faces and also get some good action as
Right.
well.
It almost feels like a home game, which I think is just way more fun.
Yeah.
You get to know people. Everybody here is really nice and friendly. Crack jokes. People are usually laughing. Like, you don't get the stone-faced headphones, nobody talking casino vibe that sometimes occurs, right?
Yeah.
I just prefer playing here so much more than anywhere I've ever played before, which is great.
The only stone face is Aaron when he's in a hand.
Right.
But outside of that, he's laughing a little
he's
bit.
great. And, yeah, everybody
Unless he's getting
who's-
massaged, then he's just like, oh my God,
Right.
oh, this is so good.
Do you ever get a massage at the table?
I got one today. Texas Royal Touch.
Shout out.
Shout out. Rebecca does a great job with Texas Royal Touch. We've got Queen 5 versus Ace 10 here.
I was saying this on the stream the other day, though, but I can't do the massages at the table. I just can't think. Like, I can't play. I just get too absorbed into the massage, and then I don't want to move. Like, I don't want, if I get a good hand, I don't want to have to, like, sit up. And I feel like it's a tell if you just, like, perk up and, you know, you're ready to do something when you're getting the massage.
Honestly,
So.
I don't get them a lot. But when I do, it's normal. Like Callie is kind of one of my favorites, and I knew her before she was with Texas Royal Touch. So, plus I was running like absolute terrible, so I was like, you know what, let me just get a massage. And
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes it's great. It'll make you feel better.
Yeah.
You know, I started going off into the little side rooms and doing like 10 to 15-minute ones, and those are great.
Yeah, I
Just
should
to like
probably
take a
try
little
that.
break. If you ever get like, if you're ever tilted or annoyed or whatever, just step out for a second, get a massage. Clears your head. It's nice.
I mean,
Sometimes that's all you need, right?
Me personally, if I ever get a massage, I like to just lay on the, whatever that thing's called, the table.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean, versus kind of sitting, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't do it often, but when I do, I'm very selective. So I haven't truly had a bad massage because all my other friends, I was like, hey, what do you think? She does good massage? Okay, I'll go ahead and get one.
Right.
And my poker friends, they will be honest.
Right,
Like,
right.
"Oh." All right, so
Back to the poker.
Aaron
And
here
threes.
with pocket threes. Oh, I got a funny story about this. Remind me to tell you about this after this hand.
Sure.
Pocket threes.
Gonna come in for the raise, and Brian.
I do. I mean, no
Call with
effort.
He's a nice guy, though.
jacking off.
So I think that in this position, I might prefer a 3-bet slightly later position. I think that King Jack isn't a hand that plays very well multi-way, and so isolating here might serve a little better. But as played, we're going to see a flop.
Yep.
Say call, like call.
So do you say
Heads
y'all
up here.
but with a New York accent?
Only $87 in the pot. Brian is the effective stack, but I don't think it's going to go all the way to that point.
Use it in a
And
sentence. Y'all
Threes are still good.
No, y'all.
In New York City, it would be you all.
You said you'll.
Yo.
2 overs for Brian.
I'm going to bet a pretty big size here, about 2/3.
Yeah, that's not a word that we say in New York.
Oh. Is he raising? No. Okay. Just call. 2 overs, hoping to hit a king or a jack.
I mean, no
And he
effort.
gets
It's
there.
just going to get there.
It's just there. And
Probably going to go ahead and check around for Aaron as he will slow down after getting called with a pair of threes here. Oh, no. It's going to go ahead and continue. Very small.
focus probably gets ratcheted up a little bit.
So I'm not sure that I love that bet. I'm not really sure what it accomplishes.
Essentially a blocker bet. Brian's
Maybe.
obviously going to come in here for the... Oh, no, he's not going to come in for a raise. He's going to allow Aaron to bluff.
Really interesting.
And
So
Aaron's most likely going to shut it down unless he puts him on diamonds, but the diamonds got there anyway. So
Diamonds
now
get
Aaron is
there.
done. I'd be very surprised if Aaron makes a bet here.
Aaron's going to
But that's
give
going to
up.
go ahead
and
and slow down Brian as
Aaron
well.
maybe feeling like he had the best hand enough of the time there. And check.
I think he essentially, when he made that really small bet, he wanted to see what Brian was going to do. And if Brian came in for the raise, then he's just going to completely get out of there. He wanted
sure.
to set his price. Brian
For
comes
sure.
in for 75 to 100. Okay, I can get out. And versus like check calling something, but why were you check call threes anyway? So, but back to the story that I was going to tell you about. I was playing yesterday, and I had pocket threes pre-flop. And before the flop gets in, I go quads. And then the flop comes out. I don't get quads, but it checks all the way around, so then I get to see a turn. I turn a set of threes. Bet, get called. I think called by 2 people. What do you think the river is?
I'm going to guess it's a 3.
Another 3.
Sick.
Runner, quads.
Wow.
And got paid off by yours truly, Jay went there.
Oh, wow. I mean, you're just never going to put somebody on runner quads.
No.
Like, that's super sick.
It's just so crazy that it actually happened that way, too. Man, poker would be so easy if you could just call quads and it just happens
Yeah,
all the time.
for
you know
real.
what I mean? I've never lost with quads in Hold'em. Have you?
That was bad.
No, God,
Okay.
no. I mean, that would be...
So
There's
brutal if
only
you
a
did.
select few of unlucky souls out there who have done that.
Oh, and Jason's. Was that
Oh,
seat
new
always
face.
open?
No, I think he just sat down. I saw him sit down maybe a hand or two ago.
Tillman with ace kings, he's just going to call as usual because he does not raise with ace king. Now, Jaywin's going to go ahead and raise with the jacks. He's going to bump this up here to probably 150, 160, I would think.
And Jason's a great addition to this stream. I always like playing with Jason. He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
He's talkative at the table. He's happy to chat with you, but also he's not afraid to mix it up and get in there with, some marginal holdings.
Oh, wow. And look at Tillman coming back at him with another raise. Oh, he went all in, excuse me,
Ships it. And Jaywin now
with the decision here.
is not loving this because he's played with Tillman enough to know that the best case for him is exactly what's going on, and the worst case is that he's drawing to 2 outs. And for Jaywin, that's not a very fun spot to be in,
Jaywin
especially
plays,
because this
Sorry, go
jam
ahead.
is so big,
yeah,
right?
and Jaywood knows playing with Tillman a lot. He's only doing this with essentially four different hands or combinations. He's doing with his aces, kings, queens, or ace king, and he's only ahead of one of them, and
Right.
he's far behind the other one. So he wants to figure out: do I want to risk my almost entire stack here with jacks? And this is a tough spot here because if you know Tillman, he doesn't go all in pre-flop with air.
So the one thing that I think is probably making Jaywin think about this is Tillman just called the button, and he's probably wondering whether or not he would do that with his aces, kings, and queens.
He also just called 2 and then came back for the back raise.
Right. So I
And
think
he would
this
do
is-
this with all of those hands.
Right.
Queens plus and ace king.
So this isn't a very fun spot for Jaywin here. But
And
I
Jaywin only
imagine-
likes to run it once as well.
right. I imagine after thinking about it for a while, he's going to lay down the jacks. But
What do you do in this situation?
against
I'm
Tillman, I
probably
think I'm folding.
Yeah. Against Tillman, I'm folding.
Like we said, like you're just the best case is that you're flipping, and the worst case is that you're just drawing to your set, and
And Jaywin's going to think it out. He's very deliberate in his thinking. Thinking about all the different ranges. What are his pot odds? And he's going to go ahead and make the
he's
call.
going to call.
And
Wow.
he's probably just going to run it once because he always runs it once. And I think Tillman just asked him once or twice. Oh, they're going to run it twice. Wow. Jaywin always runs it once. But they're buddies, so I understand.
I think that's Jaywin,
It's Tillman. Let's run
ceding to
twice.
Tillman, yeah, being a little nice on stream.
Yeah, there
And
it is.
the ace in the window for Tillman. So unless we see a 2-outer come in, he's going to go ahead and be free rolling. And
All right, so he's free rolling. That's the
let's
first board.
see.
I'm very surprised Jaywin ran it twice.
I'm surprised that he ran it twice. I'm also a little surprised that he called there.
Yeah, me too. Given who he went up.
Right.
Oh,
And
he's gonna go ahead and
Tillman
get both.
just
Unless he needs a
continues
jack.
the run good on
2
stream.
outs. Oh man.
And Tillman gonna ship a almost 2.5K pot with Ace King. And so everybody out there wondering about how to play Ace King, that's exactly how you do it.
So Israel has a comment here. He wouldn't call on the button with kings and queens. Yes,
So
he
that's
would.
what I right,
So
but that's what I said is making Jaywin think about it.
Yeah.
And I think that is generally true for most people,
Most people.
but Tillman sometimes is going to do that with the intention of back raising there, I think.
Exactly.
Um,
So just to give you some context, Israel, we play with Tillman several times a week, and he would definitely trap with kings and queens there, 100%. We've
And-
seen him do it so many
Right.
times.
I don't think that he always traps there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Sometimes he's going to raise, but he's definitely capable of doing that with the
Sometimes he
intention.
just jams.
Right.
Just jams pre-flop.
Right.
All right, let's
exactly.
get it in.
Yeah, exactly. And so, nice hand for Mr. Tillman.
Yeah.
And Jaywin looks like he's reloading.
Not a terrible play there by Jaywin, but just given the context situation with, from Jaywin with Tillman just jamming there. He's just
Right.
praying that he made the right call ultimately, but just on 2 unlucky runouts there with the ace for Tillman on both boards. But
And
that's poker.
poker can be such a cruel game when you just make the right decision and you still don't win the pot.
Yeah.
And that's how it goes sometimes. And that's what makes the game so fun.
Yeah, and addictive too. Like you're like,
Right.
And I think if you just don't focus on being results oriented and just have a process and just follow that process and follow your reads and you're doing the math and all that stuff in your head as well, and just be okay with the play that you made regardless of the outcome.
Right,
I think
100%.
that's the best way you can truly have fun in poker and not just like hate life
Right.
when you're running bad.
Right. Because you're going to run bad. It's
Yeah.
just going to happen. Variance is a thing, and even the best poker players in the world are going to lose sometimes.
Yep.
And just figuring out how to deal with that stuff is definitely important. Dave going to come in for a raise with the ace-queen off, I'd imagine.
Doesn't seem too excited about having the ace queen there. It's giving his face a question. But I would assume he's coming in for the raise, thinking about it.
Maybe
Probably
putting on a
25.
little bit of a show. And going to bump it up to 30.
And AJ doesn't
And
have much.
Aaron in the straddle is going to
Callable hand.
complete.
Equity is essentially neck and neck here. Let's see who flops best. Queen in the
Wow, what a
and Aaron
flop.
flops a flush. Not the best flop for Dave. He does have second pair, but well, he only has 2% equity, but he doesn't probably think that. It's extremely hard to flop a flush. He's going to go ahead and check it over. I would assume Aaron might check back or maybe try to get a little bit of value here to protect his hand from a bigger flush.
Oh, he's going to go big.
75.
That's more than the pot.
He's going to charge any diamond that he thinks David potentially has over a 7 to protect his hand, but
and
also
I think
get
that
value.
This bet makes a lot of sense because there's so many hands in Dave's range that are going to continue for this
Oh,
side. And he's going to raise it. He's just going to step right into it.
All right. And I think Aaron just makes the call here. As long as another diamond comes out, he knows he's good.
Right. I just don't think for Dave this is a great spot to be going for a raise because it's a hand that's like so middling for him. I think it plays better as just a call there. Oh, wow. That's such a horrible card for Dave.
He picks up a lot more equity. So let's see here. Dave probably thinks he has the best hand right now because it's so hard to flop a flush.
Right. And Aaron's going to have a lot of, King X of diamonds type hands here.
I think they're going to get it all in.
Oh, man. I think this is a card where, given the effective stack sizes here, I think that Aaron just rips it here.
Aaron rips it. He only has 380 behind. There's no point of just
He's
calling.
never going to fold. And he's going to tank for a little bit. And he's just going to rip it in. And this is a
10 seconds all in.
Sort of a cooler here.
Well,
just a
unless Dave hits some of his outs.
Right. I mean, I think it's
a
cooler either way. Cooler either way, man.
Someone's getting cooler. Let's see who it's actually going to be.
And Aaron's really thinking about it. Oh, no! Wow.
No way.
Wow.
Wow. I did not think he was going to fold there.
Wow.
I thought he was for sure.
And so Aaron's thinking, man, I lose to all the better flushes. I lose to all the boats. I lose to all the combos of king, queen, and kings that he can have. And he's definitely going to...
I can understand a little bit.
He's definitely going to play kings like that, probably, right? Check, min click, and then bet big on the turn.
Yeah.
I think kings takes that line for sure. And then king, queen might also take that line. Aaron decides, you know what? I can get rid of the 7 high flush here. And,
Interesting.
Interesting.
I thought for sure he was jamming there, but yes, he is behind. He is behind a boat.
I didn't. But
Aaron can't think he's against the bigger flush there. You know what I mean? Because flush over flush, heads up there.
Right.
It's very, very unlikely.
Yeah.
I thought for sure he was jamming. I don't fault him. I wonder what they're saying. I can't hear exactly what they're saying right now.
Right. It'd be fun to be able to hear what the back and forth is right now. But again, we talked about this player that Aaron has not played with too much, and so maybe Aaron is also discounting bluffs, and he's thinking that Dave isn't going to take that line with any bluffs, and so if he's betting for value, he's going to lose to a good portion of his value range, and so he's going to find a fold there.
Yeah, and I think he's playing the player. I think Aaron makes that fold to 3 players on this table, and he calls everybody else.
Right, I agree with that.
You probably know the 3 players I'm talking about.
And I think it's a lot easier for us sitting here in the booth when we can see the cards and stuff.
Yeah.
But, when somebody min clicks you on the flop and then leads big on the turn, that's a pretty strong line, right? Like, people aren't really taking that line as a bluff. And I think Aaron knows that, and he just is going to be able to get away there. And pretty sick. Dave is going to turn his trip queens into a bluff without realizing that he's bluffing.
Well, personally, I think Dave was check raising to just take it down. Honestly,
I think so too.
And
I think
it
was sort of like
I got called, but then bam, I hit a queen.
Yeah. The min raise is always interesting to deal with, right? Because for different players, it means different things, and a lot of times, like especially if you get min clicked on the river, it's just okay. This guy has the nuts always, right? But on different streets, it's you gotta sort of really think about it. And AJ gonna go ahead. Take this one down.
Oh, wow. Oh, Aaron's getting it in the chat right now. Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Bruh, what an itty fold. Wow. So why play 7-5 seated then? Wow.
Oh, man. The chat is brutal, man. The chat is brutal.
Aaron's a friend of both of ours, so we'll probably joke around with him later. But, I thought 100% sure, like he hit, well, I was going to say Aaron has that face, but Aaron always has that face. But I was like, all right, 10 seconds, all in. Like, because he's not calling.
Aaron is just not the type to fold flushes, right?
Yeah, I was very surprised.
So
I think it's only because it's David, and he hasn't played with David before. I think that's the only.
I think you're right as well. I also really think that Dave in that spot overvalued his hand a little bit, and that made Aaron feel like the hand was stronger than it might have been. Because just the min click on the flop, right, is just screaming like, oh, I flopped a...
No, he made it like 2 something.
75 to 150.
Did he really?
Yeah.
150? I could have sworn I saw 2 blacks.
No. The turn bet was like 400 though.
Yeah. Okay. I could have sworn.
I mean, correct us. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But I think he min clicked it.
Let me see. No, I can't go back. I could have sworn he made it 2 something, but anyways.
Well, that would change it.
Interesting
I'm not
hand.
sure. Yeah,
for
fun
sure.
hand for
That'll
sure.
probably make YouTube.
Oh, and Aaron, can I get right back on the horse here? And so I would say this is Oh, AJ's going to raise huge on the button here. And yeah, I'd say this is still mandatory for Aaron here.
For sure, especially out of position.
Especially, I think Aaron and AJ have played a decent amount together. Aaron knows that AJ is perfectly capable of squeezing here on the button with a fairly wide range. And this hand is just way too good to not squeeze. And
AJ, very aggressive player, and he knows that he would definitely
Aaron
do
just
this
gonna
light
take
on
it
the
down.
button. So go ahead and get value now, build a pot, or also just take it down right now pre-flop.
And that's a win for Aaron. I mean, he picks up 115 bucks uncontested there, right? And that's great with jacks. That's exactly, you know, you're never mad about that outcome.
So it looks like everybody, obviously, again, you know, if you're watching back home or we're watching back here, it's a lot easier for us, you know, to say, wow, I can't believe he, you know,
Right.
he folded there. But, you know, when you're in that position, you haven't played against someone, they check raise you, and then they make a big bet, pretty much committing their entire stack, and the board pairs. I mean, even if you have a flush, you could be drawing dead and not even know it. So I can understand the fold a little bit, but I
Right.
thought 100% just knowing Aaron that he was going to make that call.
Right. And you got to factor in the fact, too, that Aaron overbet the pot on the flop and got raised, which, you know, that definitely plays into it as well. It wasn't like he just bet half pot or something.
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron bet very big and still got raised, and then Dave still bet big on the turn, and so that's pretty scary. So Brian going to pick up kings here against AJ's fours.
I don't know. So I've been
Is quad fours the high hand? Or is it quad threes? I think it's quad threes is the high hand.
I'm not sure.
Ooh, flops a boat.
Gonna be tough to find any value here, though.
Go ahead and
So-
check it. AJ just prays a 4 doesn't come. And it does not. Brian may want to
I'm very excited for him.
bet a little
I'll
bit
miss him
here.
at the poker
Right.
table, but I'm very excited.
AJ probably just go ahead and let this go unless he makes it small enough to
Excited you play
give him a really good price to try to chase a 4. And he's going to go ahead and
Oh,
make
and
a
so
call.
that check on the flop might be getting Brian some value on the turn here. Um,
AJ
AJ
probably put him on a
thinking-
flush draw. Okay, now AJ can
Right.
safely get away from here unless AJ puts him on clubs and only clubs. Then a 4 would obviously beat miss clubs here if Brian wants to go big.
and so
He's going to go ahead and make it really
he's
small,
gonna
which
fold.
looks too strong, and AJ's going to go ahead and fold.
yeah,
I think if he made it like really big, AJ may become really suspicious. Like, did you miss clubs?
right.
And maybe find that, you know, if you, that's the advantage of making stuff very polarized because it just looks super suspicious. You know what I mean?
For
you
sure.
Just kind of want to know, even though you're not really getting the
Right.
best odds to call per se.
It's
Do you
just
like
not.
overbets?
I think they make sense in a lot of scenarios. I don't think that, like for Brian there, it's just tough because you flopped such a good hand, and there's just so few hands that you're gonna really be able to get much value from there, right? Because AJ isn't gonna have too many fives, and it's just gonna sort of go down like that a lot.
It's always great when you flop a boat, but it sucks when you can't get called by anything
Right,
else.
right.
You know what I mean? Excuse
It's
me.
already up? That was fast. That was
Jason has a VPIP of 50, and he just sat down. Lexo and Jaywin on the bottom end of 16
I was telling
and
the truth.
11. But stream just started less than an hour ago. I'm sure these guys will pick it up a little bit.
Right, we're only on hand 19 here, so cut these guys some slack.
It's war.
All right, Aaron with the ace-5 and the
And
cutoff.
he's going to come in for a raise,
I had to protect that shit.
as we would expect. And Brian going to fold the king 10 off on the button. Perfectly fine. And
Oh, wow, he's going to call with the 10-6.
10-6 suited. We got maybe a new Lottie we're seeing here.
I mean, you gotta wait in suspense along with the rest of our viewers.
Heads up here, ace high. It looks like Aaron flops an ace. No clubs for William. And a
gonna
bet
snap
and
him.
a fold. And going ahead and moving on to this hand. Gross
So-
405 said this Austin, so I don't know if it's on this channel. It is Austin. The best way to know if it's Austin is you look there. It says TCH Austin in the description there, and also when you're watching Dallas, it says Dallas on the table. So we are in Austin, Texas. So Austin, Texas is on Monday, Thursday. Friday's kind of a wild card, and then Sunday is a final table for a tournament. And Dallas is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday for a tournament. So if you want to play on the stream, go ahead and fill out that form as it says on the bottom of the stream there. Click on the link and put in all your information, and we'll get back to you. Ace-9 for
And
Aaron.
Aaron going to find a hand that he can VPip again.
I love suited aces. Pretty much will almost always play them given situation.
Right.
King, queen. For Tillman and Straddle is going to go ahead and make the call. We're going to go heads up here.
Yeah, I think the value of suited aces is so huge, especially given how deep these games play, because you just give yourself the potential of flush over fine. Tillman just flops. The
Tillman.
joint.
The joint.
Tillman.
Aaron's
Aaron
gonna
with
go
top
ahead.
pair.
Continue with top pair here. No backdoor flush draw.
Given the board is rainbow, I'd really like to see Tillman just flat here.
Yeah. Don't go all in, Tillman. Okay. Look at him, he's so happy. Look, he's just smiling. What?
Let's see if Aaron picks up on this. And that
may
might.
slow Aaron down a little bit. Nope. Small
He's
bet
going to
again.
go with a small bet
Okay,
again.
he's done this
Tillman
twice
just
today.
call. Interesting.
I rarely see Aaron do this when we're playing.
I wonder if he. I guess the point is that he can get, like, when he bets like these semi-marginal hands small, he feels like he can get, like he's getting enough value from worse, I guess. Tillman can.
Well, he's effectively just setting his price because I think if he gets raised in both of those spots when he made a really small bet, that he's just folding. I
Right,
think.
100%. I agree with that. And I think that he's thinking like he wants to keep his opponent's ranges as wide as possible while still getting like some value, I guess. But it'd be fun to talk to him about that bet because we've seen him do it twice. So I wonder sort of how he's employing it, and I also wonder how he's balancing it, or if he's not really worried about balancing it at all, right? Because if he just does it with hands sort of like the ones that we've seen him do it with, then it becomes very easy as the people playing against him. Like you just raise, right? And then he's going to fold so much because he's going to have these sort of marginal hands, right?
Yeah.
But I wonder if he's thinking, on the stream. Doesn't matter. And Tillman going to win another nice pot. And poker's easy when you flop the nuts.
Yeah. Tillman is definitely
Poker
running
is
good
an
today.
easy game when you flop the nuts.
Oh, and Aaron's about
Aaron
to get a
with
massage.
Jack.
And Aaron with jacks again.
His third playable hand in a row.
I still have a shot against ace ten.
And our guest Lexo has been pretty card dead. Although King 8 suited there, maybe something a hand you could think about taking, but also can't blame him for folding. And J1,
Definitely playable hand to see a flop.
we're gonna see a flop.
King Jack suited. We go heads up here.
King Jack 5, one-time dealer.
Right. With a spade and then a spade on the turn.
I have these.
Oh, that's an
Well-
action flop.
It's a great flop for
Great
Jaywin.
flop for Jaywin.
A horrible flop for
Horrible,
Aaron.
excuse me, horrible flop for. I was like, I have King Jack. This is a great board for me.
Right. And it goes check, check.
Like if I had one card, I'd probably fold
Okay,
you.
Aaron
has a
picks
gutter.
up some chop equity.
One backdoor is not enough.
And I imagine Jaywin's going to bet here, although he could try and check raise. This is
Man, outside of flopping a set, I love flopping top pair with a flush
combo,
draw.
right? You just feel so invincible.
Yeah.
And these again though, these are hands that become sort of tough to navigate, right? Because on the flop you feel invincible, and on the turn you still feel invincible. And then if you brick the river, you know you're sitting there with top pair, marginal kicker, and you're like, what happened? My hand was so good, right?
Aaron's gonna go ahead and make this call. Let's see if Jaywin
So I wonder if
wants to be sneaky.
Jay's going to check call or if he's going to bet for value here. So I think the merit to check calling here is that you let Aaron sort of bluff off his missed diamond combos, stuff like that. And also for Jay, if you bet and get raised here, you're not super happy. And Aaron just isn't going to show up with too many super strong hands here after calling.
go ahead and
And he's going to snap call.
And
Right.
Jaywin
Just-
got max value there.
It's a board where Jaywin's going to have a lot of bluffs. And so this is sort of an annoying spot for Aaron because he knows that he's capped his range by checking the flop for the most part. And Jay's going to do that whether or not he has it or not there. And so Aaron's sort of running into it so far.
Yeah. And running
Although
in,
he did fold the best hand earlier.
he did. And I think they talked about it too, so I think he
Yeah, I
knows
think
he folded the best.
it definitely looked like they did.
And Aaron's going to go ahead and get a massage here from one of my favorites, Callie, from Texas World Touch. So we have massage ladies here. It's $1.50 a minute, 10-minute minimum. And, I mean, shoot, Aaron may have the record. I think I've seen it for like
Man, he-
90 minutes or something.
He loves them, yeah. He's
He loves those
keeping
massages.
them in business on his
They're
own.
going to have to tell him, Aaron, it's your turn because his eyes are going to be closed and rolling. We always joke around with Aaron when he gets a massage because he just loves them.
Goes into massage mode for sure.
Does the straddle count?
Yeah, but sometimes I feel like he was like, it's like, I can't do it
Yeah.
when I'm playing, but they are nice for sure.
They're definitely nice.
We're playing
Seat
9
6
hands.
is dead.
We're playing 9 hands every
Dave with Queen 6 suited is going to go ahead and come in with the
Get a little
raise.
frisky here.
I got what he's saying. He's just saying.
And it's the live stream. I like this. Get in there, mix it up, suited hand. And
Jason with 10.
Jason.
Now, Jason's a very aggressive player, and I'm not sure
Right.
him and Dave have played with each other before, but
Right.
Jason definitely loves to bluff. So with the other players at this table who have played with Jason, they know that he can essentially make huge bluffs with air. And kind of like JC in the 510 stream, which allows them to get paid.
No, just misread the bet.
And Dave,
Mine's
gonna
not working.
come along.
This is his favorite hand, the Mosquito Josh hand. I always make fun of Josh because I've seen him stack people with Queen 6 before.
It would be way easier. Would
And that's a pretty good board for pocket tens.
that forces everybody to put
Dave's going to try to go ahead and check this, and Jason will likely take a stab.
Although he hasn't checked yet. And he looks like he's thinking about it.
Oh,
Oh, he's just going to...
no, there he goes.
Oh, okay, he's going to
That'll be
gonna
100. Yep.
continue for 100.
That depends on who.
And I think that's going to end the hand.
Under the gun on that last hand, well, there's no
Yep.
There you go. Normally, when you look at your cards and then look away, you're like,
Yep.
fold.
That's it. And a nice
Either
hand
that or
for...
where you go,
because like the last
you look
Yep.
at the cards and make that noise, you know, you flick them a little bit.
And just going to take out a nice spot for his first hand of the stream.
the 5,000
And I expect we'll see him play many more as the night goes on.
Oh, and sorry, I forgot to even mention this. Aaron in seat 1, that is Aaron McEvoy. You likely hear him commentating on Mondays. He's been commentating for a while now, so that is Aaron McEvoy playing there in the seat one in the glasses. And he occasionally does get in the chat as well, going back and forth with David Pratt, trying to do the little gamble with the points there. So yes, that is Aaron McEvoy there. And there's Callie.
Wake up.
Sixes for Aaron. Aaron's getting a lot of pairs.
A lot of playable hands. That always makes poker fun, right? It
Yeah.
sucks when you sit there and you just get 9 deuce, 10-3.
That was my day today.
Right, and it's just so frustrating because then you finally pick up a hand, you get coolered, and you're like, how does anybody ever win at poker, right?
And then you got Chase and Jay that's
Just going crazy, right?
Just going wild, and just like, I keep getting 9-6,
Yeah.
4-2, and
It's like, God, can I just pick up?
Chase is straddling for 200, and I was like, okay, I got 12 big blinds here.
Right.
Nope, can't go in on it. You know.
And both players going to completely whiff this board.
Under pair versus under pair. Check, check.
Both with backdoor spade draws.
Glasses versus glasses, black shirt versus black shirt.
This is going to come down to whoever puts money in the pot first is going to win.
Did you say curly hair versus curly hair?
I don't think so.
Well,
we-
you know, if it grows out, it's curly. You got a haircut.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I think, you know, they're on 2 different levels in terms of the. And Lottie going to
curliness?
Yeah, the curliness. We've seen Lottie with the, you know, before he got the haircut, he had a. And it's getting back to it, but he had some locks. And as you can see, like we mentioned before, stacks are getting progressively deeper here. And by then, I expect to see some 45K stacks.
All right, so looking at the chat here, everyone is asking about Streamlabs. So we are not in charge of Streamlabs. I would have to ask the producers if there's something on with Streamlabs, as looks like I don't see Streamlabs at all in the chat, and folks are trying to gamble and see their points. So I can go ahead and ask if that is what is going on, but I will say that us as commentators, we do not control that whatsoever. So, but we can definitely ask. 7 deuce. Oh, I guess we're not playing.
I guess
7
we're not
deuce
playing 7 deuce.
So is he good then?
game. Let me see.
Straddles don't count.
See if we can get that fixed for you in the chat. I know Streamlabs is a lot of fun.
Everybody's out so far.
You have to do it every hand.
Jalen picks up 10s on the button. Gonna come in for a raise here.
You have the full orbit. You have 9 hands total.
And Dave is thinking about it.
9 hands total. It's a voluntary.
Oh, he's gonna fold. Must really like his diamonds or something.
Maybe queen of
Queens,
diamonds
yeah,
out,
I don't know, something like that. You know, everybody has sort of their favorite hand or hands that they like that gets out there a little bit. Do you have one? Like, okay.
No. Favorite like guilty pleasure hand?
Yeah,
Like a hand that
exactly.
you shouldn't be playing?
Yeah, like Queen 6 of diamonds or something like that.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for some like suited queens or suited kings.
Yeah,
Probably like somewhat of a trash hand is like a 7-4 suited or something like that.
yeah, yeah. I think that makes sense. I think mine is King 4. I really like King 4 suited.
Well, the great thing about a hand like that, obviously, you know, you can hit a flush, but when you hit a random 2 pair, nobody sees it.
Right, and then you can stack like Ace King or whatever type hand. So
Yeah,
yeah,
and the reaction is always the same. What?
yeah, exactly.
King 4?
And this board just keeps getting worse for Jowen's 10s. Aaron's going to pick up the best of it here. And I think that 3 multi-way, Jowen's going to check this and go to a river. And Aaron's going to take this down as long as he doesn't fold.
Two pair for Aaron. Small pot.
I'm going to
Gonna
go ahead
overbet
and
it.
overbet. And we've seen a
Slightly.
few overbets from Aaron today. And I think this is a spot where overbet makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of hands that he can get value from. And
It'd be sick if Jay Wayne came with the check rate with the raise here because he does block the straight with the 10.
Jay
And he is.
going to do exactly that. And
Yeah,
this
I've
is a
seen him
really
make this
sick
move
play.
before.
But I think Aaron is just too high up in his range to fold here.
Yeah.
That's $5
Um,
too many.
And he's going
And
to
he's
go ahead
gonna
and make the
snap
call.
call.
He's like, ah!
Yeah, and he's,
He's
not
like-
loving it for
Yeah.
sure, but he's really not going to have too many hands better to call with here, and he's going to go ahead and call.
Well, I think he knows that he can't win with tens here, and he is blocking the nut straight
For
with
sure.
2 tens in
For
his
sure.
hand. So he's going to go ahead and try to raise and get like maybe somewhat of a weak ace to fold. But unlucky for him, he was up against 2 pair, which
Right.
is very high up there on Aaron's range.
Right.
And just letting everybody know, I went ahead and sent a message out to my producers asking about. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Magic.
Congrats, everyone.
Gamble, gamble.
StreamLab is back. You asked, and we delivered. Captain, under pairs, we are here for you, buddy. Now, you guys can go ahead and just beat D-Gens with all these points as much as you want. Do you get on the points? You do all the point stuff?
I don't know. Last time I checked, I had like 1. I have like 4 YouTube accounts, and I never remember which one I watched the stream on, and so I probably was on the wrong one last time.
4 YouTube
But I
channels.
should sort of, yeah.
Wow, and everybody's just points, high points, high points.
And the floodgates have opened.
Wow,
yeah.
you guys really wanted this. Do you guys come here for the stream or just for the points?
I don't think we want to know the answer to that.
That's so funny. It'd be so funny if like no one's even watching. They're
Yeah,
just
they're
I'm
just
just
there
gonna
to gamble,
with my
yeah.
friends from all over the world.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
A
we do
question
it.
I like to ask you guys every week or every time I do this. Where are you from? City, state, country. It's always kind of cool to see where everybody is from
For sure.
and if we have been to where you live.
Oh, I see what you
And there's usually a wide variety of answers and stuff, which is cool. We get some international
Yep.
people coming on and checking us out, and that's always fun.
Dave got it. Streamlabs is back. He just said it needs to be restarted, so it's good now. Everybody
So
is on it.
In this PLO hand, this is a pretty fun flop. Like, so many different types of hands are going to connect with it. Although, right now the best I'm seeing is Lex O with the low end of the straight, which he's really not going to love. As anybody who's played the double board PLO bomb pots that go in here will tell you, straights are pretty vulnerable hands in PLO.
Yep.
And
And
Lex O is going to go ahead and bet the turn. I mean, as far as
Jason got top 2. He's going to come in.
turn cards go, that's pretty much as safe as you could ask for. And Jason's got baby clubs with top 2.
The 3
Top
pairs,
3
actually.
pair, yeah.
Hoping for the board pair outside
I
of a
don't
deuce.
see any better club draws, so a club works for Jason as well here. And they're going to go heads up.
Saturday. I'm going to go to Houston next Saturday.
6, 9, 8 or a club for Jason. Oh, and he gets
Oh,
there.
wow. And
$600.
the thing is, for Lexo now, he's very cognizant that his opponents are going to have a lot of boats here, and so I think he just shuts this one down.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happens.
They have day 1.
Now, does Jason want to go
And-
full pot here for 60, or does he want to bet a little bit
Yeah,
smaller
I don't
to
think
try
that
to get some callers?
Jason checked. So it'll be interesting to see what sizing he's here, like exactly like you said.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
literally going to say he's going to do 200. He's trying to get 1 or 2 callers, and he got 1
Oh,
caller
Lexo snap call. Huh.
and got there on the river, and Lexo's going to go ahead and see the bad
Hmm.
news.
And I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know that I'm the biggest fan of that call.
Not a snap call.
I think like once you get called in 2 spots after betting the turn, and then somebody finds a bet there, it's really unlikely that
No.
they're going to be bluffing for that sizing. And
Yeah.
you know, Jason is a very capable player, but I just think that people don't really bluff that much in those hands. And so,
Plus, he had the lower end, too. Maybe
right,
if he had
yeah, maybe with the
10-7,
upper end, yeah,
can
for
understand
sure.
a little
Yeah,
bit
I agree
more.
with that for sure.
But we
I
don't
mean,
know
he's-
his history with PLO if he
right,
plays it a lot.
and he's also getting he's getting a really good price as well there.
Yeah.
So you know,
And that's why it was a really good play by Jason, because sometimes you don't need to go full pot. So
Right.
some folks, when they play PLO bomb pots, all they know is pot. You know, they
Right.
pot. But sometimes it's good to have a strategy where to make the bet a little bit smaller so you can get 1 or 2 callers.
right.
And single board versus double board is obviously very different.
Right.
Asterisk on
And that's the name of the game, right? You just, that's the beauty of value betting. And David's going to wake up with Ace King on the button versus Tillman 9, and he's just going to come in for the flat call on the button.
There's some things in the chat I will get to you folks in a minute, but we got a hand here at a pair of 9s versus Ace King on the button.
So versus the late position open, I would say this is almost an automatic 3-bet from Ace King. But he's playing against Tillman. And it's, I think that, it's the Tillman Open is stronger than maybe your typical one.
Tillman has an open ender now with his pair.
And Dave has a bunch of nothing.
Dave needs an ace or a king only. Diamonds don't help him.
Oh,
And he gets
just
there. Flush gets there too, so it's going to go check, check. And he did not bet there.
And
And everybody's like, wow, ace king, but. Okay, so here in the chat, let's see what we got going on here. We'll scroll back up. Judas Bryan says, DGen time. Mike is from Iowa. Caleb, my buddy is supposed to be here. He's on the waiting list for something. Let's see. Matthew is from Reading, Pennsylvania. Paul D says, we are here to listen to the commentators. Well, we definitely appreciate you.
thanks, Paul.
Paul D.
Glad to
Houston
know.
from Kevin. North Korea from Meatloaf.
I
assume that's a joke.
I'm gonna say that I don't believe that. And if it's true, thanks for tuning in. But
Right? Like, cut off your YouTube now.
yeah, I'd be very surprised if that were true. Jason gonna go ahead and raise this one up with the pocket 8s. It's gonna fold around to Brian with pocket 2s. He's gonna come in.
So who's not good? Will. Besides
And Lex O gives a
I just know
little
Will. I know Will. Now it's just Will.
clap, and he's in there. It looks like there's some fun banter going on.
No, but he called, so he's got to be good.
He's ace 7.
So now it's only Will.
Jacks, excuse me, 8s. Still good here.
$50, man. Take it.
And Jason's going to go ahead and bet this one.
Great board for 8s.
And he's probably going to just take it down, but we'll see what happens. See if anyone wants to get frisky.
Unlikely that anybody has an ace with 2 of them flopped on the board.
Unless somebody raises.
That's called bingo.
So instead of folding, you need to put in.
And those are $2 tip chips in Aaron's hand.
The next person to
So you can tip with tip chips or tip with dollars.
No, it's not about
I tip with dollars.
So
everybody after fold if they want.
coming in for the call.
Wow, pocket 2s. Or no, excuse me, that's
No,
Brian.
king.
Pocket 2s.
I think Brian, I can't tell. It looked like Brian folded.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Brian did fold.
And Lexo is just going to bink his king.
Back race when somebody tries to get out of the team. Oh, we're all going to be back raising. It's going to be back raising the city.
And probably just goes check, check. Lexo maybe could find some thin value here.
Yeah, but it would suck if he got raised.
Yep,
But
it
he
would,
is going to go for it.
And he's going to bet pretty big, it looks like. I think he 240.
Wow, went over there.
Really big. Oh.
I was just messing around.
Okay, we got New Jersey from Michael, Albert from Boston. Do you
Shout
know
out.
Albert? You guys are from Boston, both. Are you from Boston or like?
I grew up there, so
Okay.
since I was like 5.
No, but like in Boston or like one of the
In
suburbs?
Brookline.
Huh?
In Brookline, which is like 10 minutes outside of Boston.
So kind of
So
like
yeah,
a Buda here or something like
This
that.
is the only
a little,
guy.
Buda Kyle.
probably a little closer.
Will.
But you get a lot of people say they're from Boston. And you get people who are from like Hingham, right, which is like
Houston's
45
the same
minutes.
way.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I'm from San Antonio, but when I was in college at UT,
Yeah,
I met
yeah.
so many people from Houston, and come
Right.
to find out, none of them are from Houston.
Right.
They're from the Woodlands,
Yeah, yeah.
Pearland,
Yeah,
Katy.
Houston has that sprawl, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure. I
yeah.
mean, it makes it easier to tell people because they're like, if you say something like whatever, they're gonna be like, I have no idea where that is. It's
Yeah,
easier
but
to just
I-
say Houston. But then when you're talking to someone who's from the area, they're like, you're not from Boston. What are you talking about?
But I think the great thing about that, when you say where you're actually from, and most people don't know where that is,
But then if you,
it's
yeah,
a chance for a conversation.
Yeah,
You
for
go-
sure.
Your first question is, where's that?
yeah,
You know?
definitely. But
Oh, $50. Who gets
you know,
As we're waiting for some more hands, we got Spain,
his travel?
Canada, upstate New York, Colombia, Staten Island, Barcelona. Oh, Spain. I would love to go to Spain. Cedar Park. And
999.
999.
Not if I bet
I'm gonna break the game. I'm gonna break
$3,000.
the game.
I'll just take a cup of water.
Hey, whoever has
Yeah,
the button,
thank
do
you.
it.
And Austin's going to go ahead and step out here and get some waters for
gun.
us. Oh, wow, another 9. They both have quads, but David has a queen. Oh, wow, what an interesting flop. And turn.
So we split that?
I think we should just
What
drop
is
it
it?
as
What, we're splitting 3,600? What is it?
And,
No, you can only reach
excuse me,
Straddle doesn't count as a call.
had to go make a sneeze here. And Tillman is in the lead with 1.4K.
break the game.
Jaywen is at the bottom, negative 1,000. Because of the big hand that happened between those two gents earlier when Tillman had ace-king and Jaywen had jacks. And they got it all in pre-flop with Tillman coming with the back raise. And they surprisingly ran it twice. And Tillman got an ace both times. So Fort Lauderdale, Cedar Park, just up the road here. Great job, guys. Captain under pairs. We appreciate it. Ecuador, Nebraska. You know what, Cody? I would love to go to Omaha, Nebraska, to go see the little World Series. No, not the Little World Series. It's the College World Series. Love to go do that one day.
Can I repunish?
Jaywen's going to come in with the raise with the ace-10 off. And Lexo with a pretty hand to 3-bet with the ace-5 suited. He's going to get some respect as he hasn't played that many hands today. And let me go ahead and get this door. Are you going to? Oh, okay. No, I'm good. Okay. And Austin bringing in the Jim Beam and a little bit of deep eddies. That's a good question to ask, too. What is y'all's favorite drink of choice? If you're going out with some friends or maybe your significant other and you want to just get a drink, what is your drink of choice?
What is yours?
Me?
Just Corona?
No. Yeah, I drink beer from time to time. Well, one, I'm not a big drinker.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
really
gonna
big
say.
on health and fitness and eat pretty lean and stuff. But if I do drink, a lot of people are gonna make fun of this drink because I get made fun of all the time. But I do Tito's in water with a lemon.
I'm not gonna go for that.
So it's most people go, ugh, gross. Like, why wouldn't you drink it with like some cranberry?
He was sweating the first one.
I like Tito's. It's brewed right here in Austin, or made right here and distilled right here in Austin. And then the water allows me to just stay hydrated. Also, it's a lot less calories than drinking it with some other stuff. And I'm not really like a Topo Chico or a carbonated water type of person per se. So.
Wow, I'm on fully on the opposite side of that spectrum. I drink like 8 topos every session.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just never really got into it. Yeah. Even back in the day when I used to work in the startup world, they used to, what are those different colored cans? You know what I'm talking about?
LaCroix?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
We
fancy
had those
ones.
all
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
Everybody drank them, and I tried it one time, and I was just like, oh, I just can't do it.
Yeah, it's very polarizing, right? I think that sparkling water is something that either everybody likes, or you either love it or it's like, this is just not for me, right?
Yeah, my
it's
sisters
not really in
love it.
between.
I don't know. My wife likes it too. It's just not my. It tastes like Sprite went bad. You know what I mean? Like it does. It just, I don't know. It just tastes like Sprite. I don't know. It's not my thing. For the most part, I drink water pretty much all day. Not a healthy guy either.
Just the healthiest drink.
Yeah. I've never had a cup of coffee in my life.
Really?
I've had 6, but I've never had a full cup of coffee.
Oh, wow.
I think early on I just figured I didn't like it, and there's no point in me to join the press.
For sure.
Now I'm a sucker for hot chocolate.
Oh, the hot chocolate here is good
The
too.
hot chocolate here
It's
is
really
bomb.
good, yeah.
It is bomb.
Yeah.
So
Drink machines here are great.
I'm not like a dairy-free person. I would drink some chocolate milk for sure.
Calling is a
Sweet tea as
voluntary
well.
action. Nobody's forcing you to call.
Did Lexo take down a big one, or did he add on here?
I I think
Add it on.
he may have just added on. I think he already had some on him.
All right.
He took it down a small pot from what I know. He's trying to catch back up. In the Z Dedicate says constant state of depression. Well, I hope that's a joke, and you are doing better than that, sir.
That's not a beat.
And Dave here with the ace king gonna go and open up, and Aaron with jacks again
No way.
for the third time, I think, right? Gonna go ahead and raise it up, and both of his jacks are dead.
Oh,
But
there was two
hopefully
jacks
he
already? I
doesn't
didn't
need
see
them.
it.
And J1 here
King, queen.
might come in for the 4-bet, but let's see.
That makes more sense.
105.
I'm just gonna call.
Yeah,
And
voluntary.
3 ways in a 3-bet pot. Oh man, that is not a good flop for J1.
Voluntary.
Let's make it
And he
expensive.
snap bets 300. Wow. So
I would literally think about it a little bit.
I would
if
really
was
like
Dave.
to see him think about it for a little bit longer there, right? Because it's a board where like you're gonna wanna, there's a lot of hands that you might want to bet, and you want to be balanced with your timing, I think. And usually when people like snap bet like that, they're like pretty excited about what they have. So people
Yeah.
aren't really going to be doing that with nothing there.
Especially if they donk lead. If
Right.
they donk lead, they're pretty much saying, I have a pair.
Right.
Or
right.
just smash this board.
Right.
And I want to get value as fast as possible.
Right.
But if we can count on one thing for Aaron, he's not snapping anything on the flop.
Right. And
pretty
I
much
think for
ever.
Aaron, with J1 behind, this is a pretty easy fold.
Depending on how they have the board set back there, which
Now, Jaywin's basically telling me himself, does he
I
really
don't
want to
think-
play for all of it here if he gets a clean turn? Because Dave only has 742 behind,
About a-
less,
less
than
than
the
a- yeah.
pot. And he may go check all in call here. Dave is already grabbing the chips, waiting for Jaywin to check. Uh-oh. He's just going to put them all in. Oh, Dave's like, do you have a 2? I'm surprised Dave hasn't snapped yet.
And I imagine he's going to talk for a little bit, and then he's going to call.
He's trying to get some information from Aaron. If Aaron somehow has pocket 5s or something, but why would he go ahead and lead out with a boat and allow just Dave to continue betting?
Right.
So there
And
you
he's going to put the guy
He's
the
going to go ahead and
pieces.
make the
gonna
right
call.
call.
And he's
And
going
Jaywin's
to
going to unfortunately see the bad news.
Jaywin's going to be like, what?
Yeah, he's like,
What are you tanking for, man?
Yeah, exactly.
Is
yeah.
what Jaywin's thinking there. So when Jaywin, sees that Dave tanks there, he's thinking that he almost definitely has the best hand, right?
See, and I think they just
And-
asked Jaywin once or twice, and Jay was like, I always run it once.
Yeah.
That's why I was really confused when they ran it twice
Yeah,
with,
yeah.
with Tillman. But
I think that was him being friendly with Tillman.
yeah, and it's also just, he probably knows he's
Yeah,
behind
yeah,
that situation.
for sure.
So unlucky spot there for Jaywin, but can't fault how that hand happened. As soon as the king went out, we kind of knew that this was going to get a little bit expensive for Jaywin.
Yeah,
but
that's just sort of a tough, tough spot. Like,
that's the only bad thing about when you play king queen is, well, Dave raised, right? Dave raised 3-bet. Okay.
Dave raised, and then Aaron
Dave could have came in for the 4-bet, but he played it
Right.
somewhat conservatively and just called.
worked out for him.
And I think him just calling, Jaywin goes, okay, you don't have ace-king because you didn't 4-bet, so my king-queen should be good here. And Judas Bryan says, greetings from way across the world. Much love from Singapore. Wow. That's pretty awesome. One of my
Wow.
good friends, here that I play with, JJ, is from the Singapore area. And I just got a text message. Curious to see. Okay, mandatory time to
So we got Singapore and North Korea in the chat tonight. Go ahead and keep dropping us your locations. It's always fun for us to see where people are tuning in from.
Yeah. Appreciate the super chat. Got weather for Texas.
And Jason, this is what we've been talking about. For the love of the game, they're not even playing the 7-deuce game, I don't think.
Are they not?
And Jason's going to come in for the raise to 100. And this is why playing with Jason is fun. And Lottie just folds the king-jack suited. Oh, man. See, this is the power of aggression, right? This is why poker is a game where you just have to be aggressive because you can force these, you know, pretty good hands to fold. And Brian going to continue. And Jason flops the best of it.
And Brian
Has
has
a gutter. And knowing
Ace,
Jason,
Jack, or 10.
you know, he's going to have all the strong hands here. And so he's going to continue to bet like he would do with, I imagine, all of his range. And Brian is going to find a call.
What I like about Jason is Jason always comes to play. No matter if he's card dead or not, he is always coming to play.
And Brian's going to go ahead and check this one over. And I think Jason's going
He's going to
to
continue.
continue, and it's probably going to get the job done.
He's going to bet like 300-400 here.
Goes
A
with
little smaller, 210.
I think given Brian's stack size, he wants to set up something reasonable on the river. So I think this sizing makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Because if you bet, the problem is if you bet too big on the turn, then you have no full equity going into
True.
the river, right? And Brian now probably not loving this spot with his
And it's
gutter,
gonna
and it's
show
going to go fold. And he's definitely going to show it.
Are we playing the game? We are not playing the game. So he is.
And he's going to show it.
He is going to show it.
And we're not playing the game.
And they're not playing the game.
For the love of the game.
Oh God! I guess he's trying to
And
join
that's
my
why-
club that just plays 7 deuce by themselves, ladies and gentlemen. That is me.
And for all those who don't know, David has done that
Twice.
I think, in the last week and a half. And he's confidently flipped over his hand and said, "Pay me," just to be informed that we're not actually playing the 7 deuce game.
Yeah.
And
Even though we said we were a week ago. So
we actually changed it when he wasn't at the table,
Yeah.
which is...
So just so you know, you guys know, we played on December 5th. We played a day stream with a bunch of buddies for our buddy Connor, who moved away to Houston. That stream will come up in a couple of weeks because since we did it during the day, and I was commentating, I was playing, we didn't have any commentators. So me and someone else will probably commentate on that later, which would be really interesting to commentate on myself.
Yeah.
And that will be, so I get to make fun of myself, which would be awesome. You know what I mean? So that would be interesting. Should be coming in the coming weeks. Ace King versus tens here.
And this is going to be a 3-bet from Jason.
For sure.
100% of the time.
He will not play Ace King passively.
And he's just shown 7 deuce. So what a spot to wake up with a hand. He's going to go fairly big.
Now, does Lexo want to come in for the 4-bet or
little
just
more
call
than 3x,
out of position? He's going to go ahead and call.
And I don't think 10s is really a hand that you want to be 4-betting with there.
Some
right?
do. Oh.
Oh, wow.
What a great
And Lexo
flop for Lexo.
just...
Jason's going to continue. Just call if you're Lexo. Don't scare away weaker holdings. I don't know what Lexo was
gonna
asking a question about something.
He's going to think. He's going to think. He's going to pretend like he has a decision. He's going to put in the call.
Now, if an ace king or a diamond comes out, this could get a little pricey for Jason. And that's a pretty safe for him. But he may continue because he's Jason. Looking up the stacks here, Lexo has him covered, 2.4 versus 1.9.
The thing is, like, on this board texture, when he gets a call, Lexo's going to be weighted towards so many pairs, like pocket pairs, right, given the action, that, like, it's really not a great board for Jason to keep firing. And now I think Lexo is just going to lead out here, right, because he's gonna get a check behind so often because Jason has some showdown, right? And, yeah, and I think he bets so small. I don't know if Jason pisses off or not, but...
He bet so small, he may. No, he's not.
Yeah,
okay.
just going to call. And I think that's a pretty well-played hand from Lexo.
Well, thank God for Jason. A diamond and ace or a king did not come on the turn because that would have got expensive, and Jason would have definitely continued thinking he has the best hand.
100%.
Pre-flop raise, Aaron is in the lead right now. William, living up to the name, is down at 5%. Oh, man. Oh, let me get back to you guys here because we had a bunch of folks respond. Oh, man. I got to scroll all the way back. That's a lot of people.
No, they're a pain in the ass.
And you guys are coming into the chat today. You guys are getting after it. Well, we appreciate you guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Sweden, Mississippi.
Wow.
I would love to go to Sweden one day. I heard Sweden people are just very happy. Have you heard that?
Heard that, yeah.
He's gonna do that. $5. Hey, what was the punishment if we don't?
Queen 10 for Dave.
Same punishment.
Gonna come in for the call.
AJ's been
A
somewhat
little
quiet
card
lately.
dead, yeah.
He has an ace in his hand.
I gotta spice it up here. Ace 3 off.
He's going to go ahead and raise it.
I imagine this is a hand that he isn't doing this super often with, but he's gonna go ahead and take it down.
So David Smith says Texas seems to be the poker hotspot in the U.S. right now, and that is definitely 100% true. I think for the most part, outside of playing at the Hustler in L.A. when guys are playing for 300K, these are some of the biggest games around. Probably the best games, hold'em games in Texas, is at our TCH Dallas location, where they have so many 2-5s. Playing throughout the day. So if you guys have not played in Texas, they say everything's bigger in Texas. This is definitely true. So definitely come on out and come play. Mississippi, Sweden. War Eagle, that means you are from the Auburn area. Dante, commentators are the best. Hey, man, we hope to see you on the stream sometime here in the future. Hope you're feeling well.
Dante was here today. I think he's on the list. Did you see him?
I think he's on the list there, but he was hoping to play, but I think just wasn't able to get a seat, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
But I was looking forward to him doing the Dante, as I call it, the limp back raise with the aces or the kings.
And this is what makes Texas poker fun. We got this multi-way pot.
4 ways.
And everybody pretty much whiffs. Tillman with the best of it.
Oh, and it leads.
Pair and
Okay.
a gutter.
Got it. Pair to gutter. Ace king. No 3-bet? Pre-flop? Do you know? I was looking
I
at the
think,
chat, so I did not see.
I think Dave opened it up. Or maybe Tillman. I'm not sure. I'm surprised Aaron didn't 3-bet.
Yeah, relatively small pot with some of them holding this here, but unfortunately, we apologize. We missed the action as I was looking in the chat here. 36 hand coming to you guys. Let me see. Omaha. Oh, Paul's from Omaha. Are you from Omaha, Nebraska? Washington, D.C. Chicago.
Well, I got a lot of people from all around, huh?
Literally everywhere. Minnesota. You know, the coldest I've ever been was in Minnesota. I was working in college athletics at the time in the Big Ten, and it was like negative 20 degrees.
Oh, man.
Now I'm a Texas boy. Tillman with the ladies,
Ladies.
and man, it was cold. But for some reason, 20 degrees here feels worse than negative 20 up there. It's
I believe
something
that.
to do with the. I'm not a meteorologist, so excuse me for not knowing, but it's just freaking cold when it's 20 degrees down here.
I feel like so much of it is relative to, right? Like if you get used to it being 100 degrees here and then you go into it being 20, it's not so fun.
Raven says, all the bloggers trying to exploit Texas. Haha. You know, a lot of bloggers come down and play here, and it's a little bit different here where they play in Vegas or.
You know, it definitely takes some getting
Boston
used
for
to.
Rampage,
It's not
yeah.
gonna be. It's not gonna be the walk in the park that maybe some people think
Nope.
it's gonna be.
You're definitely not going to push players here around because
Nope, you are
players here
definitely
around
not.
are ready to gamble
And you better have the stomach for some variance here.
for sure.
I know, but you have to straddle too.
And Jalen gonna come in for the raise with the jack 8 of clubs.
Okay, Dave. You got to
Dave.
3-bet, buddy.
Wakes up with ace king again.
For like
Yeah.
the suited, too.
Yeah.
So you got to 3-bet this one.
I think from
He's just going to call. I guess he's not a fan of playing a big pot with ace king.
see the thing about this, especially this configuration from early position, is now he incentivizes so many other people to come in behind
Yep.
with so many holdings, and it's just going to be really hard to navigate, right? And so this is a spot where isolation really
I'd rather have a double straddle.
is important, especially with a hand as good as ace king suited.
Yeah. And if you're worried about ace king, you at least have the better side of it. With,
Right.
You know,
And
you got
so
the
this
extra
is
3%.
this is exactly the problem now. It gets back to Tillman with his 8-5 off, right?
Yeah, it's
and
just
he's
on the
like,
call 'cause he's
well,
like, I
there's
have to call.
Yeah, $1 million in the pot. I can't
Yeah.
fold. And so now with ace king, right? You just have no idea where you're at.
I'm not participating.
Makes it really hard to play.
I'm not
That being said, nobody with much of anything. Jaywin with the best of it right now.
Top pair for
I know,
Jamin.
I'm very
Backdoor flush draw as well.
AJ
He's just going to get a little frisky.
spread out. I've got aims up.
decides that there's enough in the pot,
He goes, you know what? I've been quiet for too long. I got 9-6 suited.
and he can credibly
Going
rep
for it.
a 10. Anybody could have a 10 here, right?
Jamin's going to call with his top pair. Knows he has backdoors as well. Backdoor straight and flush.
And now Dave is getting one heck of a price here.
160 for a pot that's going to go up to 797. Getting a good price.
The problem for Dave is that with the paired board, right? He could hit his queen, and sometimes he's dead.
Yep.
So these are always spots that are sort of tricky to navigate.
But my thing is, if you're going to call a $160 bet after a bet call, why not just raise it pre-flop? You know
And
what
I
mean?
agree with you 100%. And he's going to call too. And so now,
It also puts you as a pre-flop better, and you are the aggressor, and you can start the action as
Right.
well.
and
Jaywin
AJ picks up some equity here.
still has two pair, as an 8 doesn't really do much for him, but it gives him more outs for a boat. Still gutter for Dave.
And let's see if AJ wants to keep betting here.
AJ with the
So-
open ender now.
The thing for AJ here is now when you get called in two spots, right? You're now a little concerned, I think, right? If it had been heads up, maybe he keeps firing, but we'll see. Oh, and he's got some heart here.
Well, he picked up a little bit of equity with that 8
Right.
now having an open ender. So he's
He
trying to
says,
take it down now,
Wake up,
representing a 10.
wake up with a 10 or fold is basically what he says here. And Jaywin's going to lay down the best hand. And this is sort of
This
the
is gonna
power
work.
of position. Yeah, I mean, this should work.
Well, AJ's in position, but he also has a 9 in his hand, so he's blocking all the 10-9 combinations as well.
For sure.
Oh, no. He's trying to get a read from AJ, seeing if AJ looks a little worried as David pushing his stack here. He didn't get anything from
Wow.
AJ, so now David is going to go ahead and stop.
Yep.
You see him when he was trying to like
Yeah, I
grab his
get it.
stack there to see if AJ would do anything?
AJ is too veteran of a player to give
Yeah.
any sort of tell-off there.
Good play
And that's
by
a really
AJ.
nice hand from AJ.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Recognizing that, you know, he could definitely have a 10 there, and the other players aren't super likely to have a 10.
Yeah.
And with just some raw aggression, he can pick up that pot.
It was just really great for him to have a 9 in the hand because he can definitely represent having the 10-9 because he removes those combos, having the position as well, and also continuing to tell the story. So let's go ahead and see what we got here.
I like it. Good game.
Okay, so I'm getting word that they're playing the VPIP game. Mandatory $10 straddles. You have to VPIP on additional hand orbit or a $50 penalty. Okay.
Wow, okay.
So
There you go.
What's the VPIP? I'm gonna figure this out.
So Aaron, with a king-queen off, going to open up the high track. And Lex O going to fold the button. Jason Payne to fold his ace there, but probably the right decision as ace-9 off doesn't play super well. And Aaron is just... Oh, Tillman wakes up with 8s. Just kidding.
Watch, Tillman's gonna flop a set. Nope.
Yeah. Middle of the
I see
woods,
Aaron
walk into the pavilion room.
continuing here.
Just going to go ahead and see bet. And Tillman's going to snap call.
And another
It's a pretty
jack.
good card for the 8s.
Yeah. Is now Tillman no longer truly has to worry about a jack as there's 2 of them on the board.
And Aaron's range is going to consist of a lot of hands just like what he has.
And it's gonna go check check.
And I imagine it's going to go check, check again.
Oh,
No, Tillman.
look at
just-
Tillman. Surprising me
Value bet.
today. He's looking at Aaron like, "Come on, man, what you gonna do?" I'm gonna call. And as Aaron is getting his
Is gonna.
forearms and fingers worked on by the lovely Callie there from Texas Royal Touch. Massage girls here at TCH, $1.50 a minute. Oh, he called. That's interesting. Good play. Max value there for Tillman. I literally thought I was gonna go check.
So, Aaron there, I imagine thinking he doesn't block any of the spade combos, and
Did you just play cash?
Tillman might be turning some of those into a bluff.
Played zero cash.
Um,
That was my mistake.
But that seems like a spot that maybe looking back on he could think about getting
I'm not
away
even
from.
accounting for the fact that I had fired some mixed tournaments. Do whatever you want to do. Yes.
Are you,
But-
I don't know, in that situation, do you call there sometimes with King High?
But I gotta say though, there is the added value of calling someone with king high and being right. Pretty good feeling.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah. And it's not a play that I will make super frequently, obviously.
What's the
But-
lightest you've ever called and been right?
Probably king high. I don't think I've ever called someone with queen high.
Apparently I'm a nice person to play with.
I remember me and this other gentleman kept re-raising each other
Yeah.
and just would not stop, and we got it all in, and we both had queen
I
high.
played
So we chopped.
a couple days earlier in the dealer sports.
Calling with a pair of twos is always fun when you have like fourth, fifth pair, and you put someone on a flush draw, and they go all in, or they make a big bet or something.
Got a bunch of his chips when he ran into my cat eight and no one had deuce hands.
Ace 4 always looks like aces
He would have been like double.
when I
Yeah.
see him.
Battle of some rag aces, and Tillman
Cat eight.
gonna flop the best of it.
Currently higher in the equity because of the 4 of spades there,
Yeah, they're just gonna chop on
most likely.
everything.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting. Jason,
Actual tournament
21
where I was
outs
having
now.
Marcus table went exactly what you would expect. Not good for me.
They both have.
I played two.
Well, Jason has an open ender and Tillman has a gutter. Both have top pair, and he's gonna go ahead and let it go.
Tillman's gonna go and lay it down.
Aggression.
First hand, he
takes it
folded
down.
my 3-bet
Right.
three. The second time,
And
And
that's
for
the great thing
Tillman,
about
it-
Jason.
yeah, for Tillman, it's a spot where you're just losing to so much.
yeah, just choosing to ignore that.
Portland, Oregon,
Now, the
New
second
York,
hand, I paid him off in a spot that I didn't need to be in.
You ever been to Portland?
Antarctica.
It's hard.
I feel like some of these are jokes.
Yeah, for sure.
He drew 2, I drew 3,
Iowa.
which is super light. Now, I caught either like a 10 or a jack, and he drew 2.
Josh, good job tonight, David. Greetings from A3 off guy. Oh, Joshy. I did not expect you to have ace 3. This is the hand that I lost earlier. I had a set, and I shouldn't have called on the river. The flush got there and the straight got there. So, but thank you for listening, Josh. Always fun to play with you. Just kind of
Yeah.
a sick run out for me.
Appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah.
Mosquito Josh?
No, another Josh.
Different Josh.
He plays here. Tattoos. White guy.
Player checks, live stream.
I think he's from like College Station or something like that. Last time I talked to him, or when I first met him.
Take a look at the chip counts right now. Lex O out in front with a 3K stack. And it looks like Jwin is adding on.
You know how in hands like that, when you know you're beat, but you just don't want to fold.
Yeah, for
And then you
sure.
call and you see what you think your opponent has, and you're not necessarily mad at your opponent. You're just mad at yourself. Like, what?
Yeah.
You dummy. Why are
You
you
knew it.
calling here?
Yeah,
Like, I know
100%.
you have a straight,
Yeah.
but I'm still calling just because I just don't want to fold here, and I'm just praying that you're bluffing.
Right.
So that was 100% a bad play by me. Should have just folded, but just kind of didn't want to. That was kind of like 2 hands after where I had trip 10s and Tillman flopped the boat.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And again, I told myself, okay, I guess you have a boat here, but I'm still going to call.
Yeah.
Raven said, great job, guys. Would love more intense hand analysis, strategy talk, and commentary. Okay. We can definitely do that for you.
We can
we try to balance it out, because if we get like overly like in depth in the weeds here, I feel like the majority of our audience may not understand what we're talking about
starts
here.
to tune it out, and
yeah,
so we try and stay a little, balanced. In
a
that,
little bit balanced, so people actually kind of understand a little bit, what we're actually saying, and not just sound like total nerds to an extent. But yeah, we will definitely get on that a little bit for you.
So Lexo is going to 3-bet the ace-king suited, and we finally see a 3-bet from ace-king suited, which I actually like a lot, and this size I like a lot. And now Aaron is sort of in the spot where he's just like, I'm just going to go ahead and lay it down, and that seems totally fine.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, how you play ace-king. Be aggressive with it. Pretty much every time you were passive with it, you just don't put yourself in a really good situation. At the end of the day, it's a great premium hand, but it's a drawing hand.
And so for Aaron, that's an interesting spot for him where, like, ace-10 is definitely a playable hand, and it's definitely better to come in with a raise. But then once you get 3-bet against a 3-betting range, you're just not doing very well. And he's out of position for the entire hand, and it is a hand that is totally justifiable to just let it go.
Yeah. Gary C is in the chat. Has Lottie folded kings pre yet? Gary C is definitely always a jokester for sure.
Lex O coming in for the raise with the ace jack, and Tillman going to flat the ace-5 off from the cutoff. And I think that's a little loose, but they're playing the VPIP game, so got to get in there.
Reggie going to throw the ace Dewey. Don't know what David has. Jack 10 from the straddle. Aaron's getting a really good price here, so easily going to go ahead and call, and with the Jack 9 off and play out of position. Flops top pair, but he is behind
Lexo. Flops top with the not flush draw.
Yeah, Lexo flops a world here. Definitely want to keep the weaker hands in.
Queen is very good.
I'd like to see a bet here, but a small one, probably something in the 40 range.
I could do something like it all hell breaks loose in front of me. And I'm not trying to make
And this actually might be a hand that you could think about putting into a checking range, but I don't mind the bet either. And Aaron, with the top pair, is going to peel one.
I don't mind the bet, but I definitely wouldn't mind having it smaller. You risk the fact of, oh, there you go.
No,
now
it
he
just
has
gets
the
there.
nuts.
But now for Aaron, I imagine that facing any sort of aggression, he's probably going to be pretty done with this hand. There's just so many hands that you lose to now, right? Like, even all of Lexo's random pairs with a spade.
Lexo's going to go ahead and bet here, but I wouldn't mind actually see a check back and give Aaron an opportunity to bluff on the river.
And I think this size is just too big.
Yeah. And Aaron's going to go ahead and let that go. So,
for Lexo,
what do you think there? Do you like having a check there to allow Aaron to bluff on the river?
Right. I think the thing for Lexo is that his range doesn't consist of many logical bluffs there. And when you bet that sizing, you're polarizing, right? But he's just going to have so many nutted hands that the sizing doesn't really make that much sense to me.
I think we're just trying to get one guy to play hand. I don't know who it is, but we're just trying to get one guy.
Like, when you're betting that size, you're basically targeting just the king of spades, right?
Yeah.
And when you're only targeting, when you're targeting such a narrow portion of your opponent's range, whereas if you bet, like, maybe 75 to 100 bucks there, maybe you just get, like, a crying call from top pair or something. And I think that, in the long run, gets you paid more.
There's not many combinations that are essentially going to call there. As you said, king of spades, maybe a set of some sort that has boat or quads. Outs coming on the river, but I wouldn't mind seeing a check back there. Act like you're scared of the flush. Hopefully, Aaron maybe has a smaller flush than you. Allow him to bluff the river, and then you can come in for the raise.
Right. And I see a bunch of...
Oh, Brian with the aces. He's going to go ahead and raise it up. Dave's going to make a quick call on the button with the ace-5 off. And will the case ace come on the flop?
Ooh.
Open-ender for Dave. Not the
Backdoor
greatest board for aces, but he's going to go ahead and
flush
continue.
draw.
Yeah, backdoor flush draw as well.
Chase got stacked.
You got stacked? When? By Jay?
Would you like with a raise here, or do you like just a call?
I think just the call. He got position. And, oh, he just gets there.
When he gets there.
Maybe 10K.
And Brian's obviously going to slow down as this is a terrible board for his hand. And Dave's going to go ahead and continue.
And aces. No.
Does he get married to aces, or could he let them go?
In a world of hurt.
The only way he can even improve if another ace comes, but he can still be drawing dead even if that happens. And now I think he can get away from this.
Right. I think having black aces is actually one of your best calling hands because you unblock all the flush draws that might be bluffing, right? But now when the board pairs and Dave keeps bluffing, especially to this sizing, I think you just lose to so much. And Dave hasn't really shown any propensity to be a maniac at all, right?
Yeah.
So,
I think he's
yeah.
going to find a fold here.
but it's always hard to fold aces.
Well, he only has 496 behind as well.
Oh, yeah. So maybe he feels like he's pot committed.
All right, who needs something?
Put in, yeah.
Who needs a drink?
I always enjoy like to see people when they can lay down aces on a pretty wet board like this. It's really tough for some folks because people get married to aces because you don't get them that often. He's going to go ahead and make the call and get
paid off, and he's going to get shown the ace 5, and he's going to be sick.
Yeah.
He's just going to be sick to his stomach, and
That's why I folded.
it's just not a very fun spot to have aces.
Can you fold on that river on that board? Especially
I think
with
against the player type,
yeah.
because like we haven't seen Dave run any like huge bluffs or anything, or be like any sort of maniac, right? And it's just a board where he's just gonna have a lot of really good hands.
And he's a streamer.
Like you have to think that he's turning like Jack 10 or King Queen of Hearts or Diamonds into a bluff on that river, and I'm just not sure that that would really be the case.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you're beating there is this flush draw.
Yeah, exactly.
You're losing to all the two pairs. You're losing to all the sets. You're losing to all the straights.
Right.
And with Dave being on the button, all of that is definitely in his
Right,
range. So
right.
you're essentially praying for a weaker overpair, which I think he would have known that with David. He would have probably maybe 4-bet, but he hasn't 3-bet or 4-bet with Ace King that much. So he
Right.
could have just flat called with 10s, jacks, queens there.
Right.
So you're only beating another overpair and a missed flush draw. So
Right.
tough spot, but
Definitely a tough spot. And again, it's easier for us sitting here when we can see the cards. For Brian there, he's sitting there with aces, and it's never easy to fold aces.
Everybody just realized what happened.
it's the greatest feeling when you fold them correctly, though, I will say.
For sure, for sure.
Ace King for William.
Lottie wakes up with the ace king, and he's going to 3-bet the 60.
I've only ever seen him race with 2 blocks. That's it.
Is there no straddle? There is a straddle. That's a double straddle, right?
I think so.
Okay, I would like to see a bigger 3-bet out of William, probably somewhere in the 75
Or,
range.
yeah, I guess it's just an open. If Jason, I think the graphics are wrong. I think
No,
Jason double straddled to 20.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he definitely wouldn't have just clicked it to 20.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And he's going to call with my least favorite hand. I hate 10-5. Brian's going to go ahead and call with the ace queen. He could have easily 4-bet that.
And Jason's just gonna flop the best of it. And with everybody blocking everybody else's aces, Jason's got the lion's share of the equity here.
It would be
with just his
insane
pair
if
of
the ace
fives.
comes on the turn. It's highly unlikely. And Jason's going to go ahead and lead
Jason's
out.
gonna lead out, and
Donk lead into 3 people.
I think it's gonna get through.
I don't know, 7-10.
Definitely want to play that aggressively just to take him down. Or at least get some of those folks out of the pot and go heads up with someone.
I know you probably
And a nice hand for Jason.
One particular combo, right? So a suited combo. A suited combo, so it's one exact hand, and then just do a throw orbit.
What's up, Jonathan? How you guys doing?
But it should be one hand for the whole night. That way we don't have to keep
Let's do 50.
Off 118 says brutal to have your aces cracked that way.
We're already halfway through the stream, so it's never gonna happen now.
Definitely brutal to have aces cracked. But like we were talking about, I think that is maybe a spot that looking back on, he might think he could have gotten away from it.
Yeah. I mean, also too, you've seen Dave show down Ace King multiple times with playing it somewhat passively pre-flop. So when he's betting into you like that, essentially putting you all in, playing the player, I think I can make that. Someone like Jason, maybe I can make that call, but playing the player there, I think you have to make that fold.
Right.
Jaywin's gonna go ahead and raise it up with Ace Queen off to 35. Jason can easily 3-bet this from the strata with the Ace Jack offsuit. Brian's going to come in with a call with King 10. Looks like Jason is going to come in for the raise.
So Ace Jack off is always a tough hand to play in these spots because you've got a pretty good hand. But if you face a lot of action here, right, especially because you're 3-betting the pre-flop aggressor, you're going to be playing out of position. And a lot of the times in 3-bet pots, your ace is going to be dominated. So it's sort of a hand where, you know, you have to tread carefully a little bit. But still, with the caller in between, I think you're more incentivized to put in the 3-bet here. And Brian's going to come along with the King 10 off after Jaywin calls. And let's see a flop with everybody having Broadway cards. I think I see it.
See a king. Good, and Brian flops the best of it. Jason does have backdoor nut flush outs. And Jaywin just completely whiffs with ace high, but also has a backdoor straight, as does Jason.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, 2 pair.
So both Jason and Jaywin pick up gutters, and Brian's going to improve the top 2. And Jason's going to go ahead and bet out for 150.
And I see every player calling here. Now, if you're Brian, are you check raising this to protect your hand
I think
from
that
straights and flushes?
if Jaywin calls and Brian's stack is correct, I think you have a slam
All
dunk
in, for
jam.
sure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you just like... I mean, yeah, you have top 2, you're never going to fold. And I think calling is... calling is not great. And he's just going to take it down, and that's a nice win for Brian.
Actually, I feel like I saw a big ante game that was like 550 or something like that.
Nice pot from Brian. Got most of it back that he lost from earlier with the aces hand. And I think even if he was deeper, still the same thing would have happened.
Yeah, I think a
you
raise
definitely want to
there,
come in for a raise.
100%. 100%.
Charge the other players from protecting your hand from a flush and a straight, but also getting as much value as you can and building a pot with top 2.
And you're really just not like losing to that much there, and so you're just sort of like free rolling when you raise, right? Like either you take down a nice pot or you get called in your head, and so I like that play a lot. Is that a double straddle or is that a raise?
I think it's a double straddle. I think that's what we're doing now. Jaywin's going to go ahead and bump it up here with the
King 9
King 9
suited.
on the straight flush draw. Oh, wow.
AJ.
AJ folds the
That's
ace 5 suited. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's somewhat of a snug fold from AJ because AJ, I've seen him call or 3-bet way lighter. But I can understand.
Yeah, sometimes
under the
in
gun
those
range, I can
inflated pots too, like it's not super. And Lex are going to fold Jack 10 suited again, just out of position for the hand. And when you have these like straddled pots and the raise sizes get so big, it does funky things to SPR, right? If you're going to 3-bet there, like it just makes things sort of weird. And so I think most people tend to like tighten up a little bit, which I think is totally fine. So it looks like we have the 2-5, 10, 20 going.
Yeah. Maybe this is the mandatory straddle that we were informed of earlier. Oh, it says mandatory $10 straddle, plus you have to have a VPIP an
It looks like we got
additional
the 20.
for
So
every orbit or $50 penalty. Okay, I wonder how they're tracking this. Are they just going to look at the monitor that's 15
I guess,
minutes
yeah,
behind?
I'm not sure. But
Because we're definitely not tracking it. We are just here talking.
it seems like most people are well above that. Like we've seen some, people
Ace
getting
4.
in there with speculative hands all night. So
Ace 4 for AJ, raising it up here. Queen Dewey for Tillman,
And
gonna let it go.
Tillman
And
let go.
nobody has anything to give AJ a call here.
we're gonna take it down.
And yep.
You're totally fine with that with Ace 4. Just, pick up a few bigs.
pre-flop raise. Aaron, Jason, Jaywin. Definitely way up at the top here. I think Jason would be number 1 if he got here on time, but he is typically always the most active player in any stream that he has been a part of. Gets into some trouble sometimes when he makes bluffs at the wrong opportunity, but for the most part, works out really well for him. Okay, so I'm getting word straddle plus 1 additional hand. That's why the double straddles are coming in now. Final hour, we will see if we want to do straddle plus mandatory 2 hands. Oh, okay, so that's what he meant by the 1 additional
I
hand.
got you.
So
Okay,
he
so
could've
that makes
just
it
said
fun.
double straddle.
Yeah. And Jason with the Ace
King.
King coming in for the raise to 100. And I really think
I think that's the exact same hand that Tillman had last time.
sizing is super reasonable, and Aaron in this configuration probably going to call.
Yeah, definitely
And
can
that's
call
what he's
here.
going to do, and we're going to see a flop.
51, 49, the equity pre-flop. And Aaron
Interesting flop here.
has a flush draw. 2 overs for Jason. Check, check. Aaron
So-
gets there.
Aaron gets there. These are sort of complicated spots to play, I would say, because like generally the pre-flop caller is going to have more suited hands in their range, but given that it's +3 versus button, like they both have a lot of suited hands in their range here. And given that Jason is aggressive and stuff, he's going to have a lot of suited hands. But Aaron's going to bet and take it down. And that's sort of just a sidebar on
Yeah.
the flop because, Jason has nothing, obviously. So it's just a horrible board for his ace king.
And I understand why Aaron is betting there. Obviously, he's betting
Yeah,
for
of course.
value and wants to make sure, because obviously a spade of, the ace or the king of spades is in Jason's range. But if I'm Aaron in that situation, knowing how wild Jason plays, I want to allow Jason
I
to
might check.
bluff as much as possible.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and check, maybe check raise, maybe check call. But I've seen Jason just go all for it super light, and I'm just
Right.
never folding with a jack high flush.
Right. He's definitely a player to pounce on any weakness that you might show.
Very much so.
And so generally that's a really good thing for him. But if you're aware of that, it's maybe something you try and exploit, like you said. But this is sort of where the skill of live poker comes in, where you sort of deviate from what the norm would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand computers and everyone GTO and all that stuff.
Right, but
still the old school.
yeah, there's a lot of
The old school exploitative, do you have it or not? Here's weakness, I'm going to get after you. That still definitely remains in the game.
especially here at Texas Card House, right?
Yes.
Because you have so many inflated pots where there's 6 people on the pot, and there's no solver that could possibly tell you what to do in spots like that, right? And you just kind of have to pave your own way. And I think AJ is just going to take this one down.
Pretty ace jack suited.
And Jalen's going to show the rags. And AJ, I'm sure, showed the jack.
We both had a jack.
Yep, yep. All
Apparently
right.
Vikings are 9-0 over Steelers. At least that's what I've heard in the chat room.
Green one's out. Bullshit.
Must-win game for both teams, right?
Object.
I don't know. I haven't been following the
I think it is. I mean, the Vikings are.
Patriots fan for you?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, of course.
They had a huge win on Monday. Did you see any of that game?
No.
They threw the ball 3 times
What? Oh, I heard about that.
because
they just ran.
conditions were horrible, and they threw it 3 times. They ran the clock. They managed the ball. It was great. It was just like a vintage Bill Belichick performance.
Honestly, when I was younger, I used to watch NBA and NFL pretty much religiously. And now it's pretty much like when I'm playing poker. I'm just busy
Yeah,
doing
yeah.
a lot of things. I try
No,
not to sit in
I've
front
yeah,
of the TV if possible.
I've started watching like I used to watch like football every Sunday, and now I just like catch a game if it's on in the room or something like that. But just rarely watch it. But Lexo,
We heard some
they're
screaming
pretty
in the
low.
background.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on.
So I think in the next 10, 15 minutes we may have there's something coming. A lot of screaming and laughing.
Looks like some sort of side bet for fun or something.
I
This
just hear a
looks
lot
like
of J-Win. J-Win's always laughing.
And
He's
this
either
is
super
the
serious or laughing.
this is the beauty of the stream, though, right? Everybody's there to have fun. Everybody's having a good time, especially on this Thursday night 2-5 stream. It's a little less deep than our 5-10, and so people are just here to have a good time.
Yeah.
Second orbit.
And this one sometimes could be more fun in general because sometimes it could be a little bit more gambling, and it's a bigger group of players. So
Yeah,
you see
exactly.
A lot of different cast of characters where it's a much smaller group of players that play in the 5-10 streets.
100%.
And a lot of times you get kind of repeat guys, which is good. But in the 2-5, you get to see so many different personalities and so many different levels of play. And most of these guys are not pros either. A lot of them are rec players and they have real jobs. Whereas the 5-10, you see a little bit more pro heavy.
Right, which I think is great. You get a lot of variety in the stream, and so you get whatever level of play you want to see.
Yeah.
You get to see it, and for the casual viewer, I think that the splashier, maybe not as GTO sort of game is maybe more fun to watch, which is exactly sort of what we have here.
Sometimes I wish some more players that play in the bigger streams would just come play the small one.
Just for fun, yeah,
like
yeah.
Jalen does, JC does from time to time.
I think it's great that Jalen comes and plays this one because he's here to have a good time.
He's just one of the guys.
Yeah,
Jalen's only been playing really, and he'll tell you only a couple of years.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he plays in the biggest game around town, 5-10, 25-50.
He studies a lot. I know he does a lot of work on the side, and he's a really, really good player. But he's also he's great to have at the table. If you want to talk with him, it's great.
Like Chaz.
Yeah, that would be super fun. Yeah.
Chaz can play this game, or Bones. We play with him. He comes and plays 2-5 from time to time, but he's normally playing in the bigger games. Or Westlake, he comes plays 2-5 from time to time. But it's always fun when you get some of the guys that play in the bigger games that come down here in the 2-5. Because back earlier in the poker career, they were playing in the 2-5 streets all the time.
100%. Yeah.
Building the bankroll and coming back. Like when you go back and play one too, and you're just like, remember when I used to play this like years ago?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
100%.
Or you're waiting for a seat.
Yeah.
It's just such a different game.
And the thing is, I think a lot of the times you see these pros, playing 10K stacks, whatever, and they seem super intimidating, whatever. But everybody who plays there is usually super nice, friendly guy, and so it'd be fun for people to get to know sort of the people who play those high-tech games. But I think this Thursday stream is just great.
I think sometimes people will think that poker players are mean and intimidating because they have such a serious face on their look.
Right.
But that's literally just their poker face.
Just so the
All
opposite.
of these guys
yeah.
are like super cool, super down to earth. They're just regular guys. You know what I mean? And I think what I love about poker in comparison to other sports in general is like anybody could win at any time.
Right.
Like you're not playing against LeBron in basketball.
Right.
Where you have just no shot.
Right.
You can literally win against some of the best in the world. Now, is it going to happen as often? Probably not, but
ooh,
you still have a
Jason,
shot.
middle set.
Yeah.
On a fairly uncoordinated board, relatively.
And 2 pair for David.
And David has top 2. So I don't know PLO, and I don't know if this is a raise. I imagine it is. But I don't know if this narrows your opponent's ranges too much to just having kings. But because when you bet here, right? What are you trying to get called by?
Yeah. Well, Jack 10.
Right.
Ace Jack. Also charge and protect yourself from the draws.
I think that's probably the main thing, right? Is that you just need protection more in PLO.
And also just get everybody else out and try to make it heads up.
Yeah, because equities run so close. So Dave now, I think, is in a spot where he can comfortably lay down his top 2.
I don't know. Top 2 is super strong in PLO. Obviously, you can get way drawed out. You can be definitely behind, but he blocks kings and queens, so it's unlikely for someone to have kings and queens, but it's also that it's possible because blockers are not absolute, especially in PLO.
The only thing that gives me pause here in Dave's shoes would be that there's just not too many draws, right? Like if there's a flush draw on the board or something like that, I'd be more inclined to call or maybe even raise. But now, like, you know, like what is your opponent raising here with, right? Like you said, you could have like 9-10 jack kind of, or like 10 jack ace kind of hand, but you also might run into sets here.
I mean, Jason could be raising here with, he raises with all the sets, the smaller 2 pairs, and then any of the open enders as well. So Dave is beating some of those and also losing some of those. So he wants to, and the pot's going to get much bigger once he makes that call. So he's going to go ahead and let that go. He folds correctly, but that's a pretty hard fold, I would say. Top 2, most guys would love to get that in with top 2.
Right. Also, he's out of position, right? Is another.
And he has AJ behind him.
Yeah.
So I can understand why he makes that fold.
I definitely understand that fold.
If he's closing the action, I can see him make a call and see a turn.
Maybe it's different, for sure.
But with AJ behind him, it makes it a little bit more easier to go ahead and get out of the pot, being out of position behind 2 players, not just one.
Right.
Aggression frequency. We knew Jason
Jason
was gonna
and
be
Aaron.
at the top there.
Yeah, that would have been the.
And
those are the.
down there. 14 bottom, and Lexo and J-Win down there right in the middle.
Sort of what we would expect.
He had a bad lay down.
No, because I was drawing, so
He had a 4-card straight in his hand.
if you had a set or 2 pair, you needed to do that.
Looks like we have Jesse in the box. Shout out to all the dealers here at Texas Card House. Everybody does a really good job.
Yep.
Very professional.
Fun's good.
And folding all the way around. And they also shuffle really fast. I know we get this question every now and again, like, why don't we have auto shufflers here? One, they're extremely expensive, so you have to have one pretty much for every table. 2,
That's the main answer.
the maintenance of it.
Yeah.
Now, and probably outside of that, from an economical standpoint, it just doesn't make sense to have it, because the thing is, you have to understand that from the business standpoint, in a casino, the casinos make money from every single hand. So it makes sense to get more hands per hour, right? Here you're paying time for your seat.
Right.
It's $12 an hour. It doesn't
They don't
matter
care
how many
hands.
you get. Yeah,
Right. Yeah,
you're getting
yeah.
your money regardless.
100%. Yeah. You know, that's a great point. I never thought about that. But yeah, that makes so much sense. Yeah.
Just from an economical
Yeah,
standpoint,
it just
makes no
doesn't.
sense.
Why would you pay for them? It does. There's no reason to, huh?
I mean, you maybe get 4 or 5 hands more an hour. you
Right.
know, like-
In a casino, they just pay for themselves because the more hands. Yeah.
And honestly, if you watch the WSOP or WPT, like, the dealers get the hands out almost as fast as we do here.
Right.
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
the dealers are super.
Because they
right.
have to, like, put them in order, put them back, grab another one, and then, like, I think they still cut it, and then they throw it out there.
Right.
We're going
So
3
we
ways
got a
here.
big raise from AJ in the small blind to 100 with pocket threes.
Don't know what Tillman has.
Dave on the button with king queen. And
3-bet pot, take it 5 ways.
Backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw for Dave. 2 overs.
Pink's the set.
He's going to go ahead and check it.
And
What does
Tillman
have?
leads. Tillman.
no.
Is this a cooler? Tillman have a flush? Is he leading with?
And Dave's going to make this call.
Hmm.
And AJ's just going to reluctantly call. And hopefully there's no
Hopes
more
Tillman
betting and he
doesn't
can
have
boat
a
up.
flush.
Oh, he does
gets
boat
there.
up.
Got a good river. One of
Oh, he checks.
300.
Tillman snap bets 300, and AJ has to
How
raise
much
here.
does-
Has to raise, right?
for sure.
You get so much. There's so much value.
Oh, he turned one over. Hold on. He
Show
turned
the
it-
jack?
He turned a jack over.
AJ has to raise.
Oh, wow.
He can't have jack 6. He blocked. Yeah, I mean, there's just no boats in Tillman's range, right? Like, once he shows the jack here, like, this is a slam. This is AJ is so excited right now. That's the face of a man who knows
Look at
he's
that.
about to get paid, right?
And Tillman's looking at him like, what you going to do? I got
Yeah.
a jack. What you going to do?
Yes. Hefty.
Oh, look at, look at Jay.
And Tillman snap calls, and AJ's
Does
going
he
to
have
win a
jack
really
6?
nice spot.
Oh, what do you have?
No, he can't have any, like, Tillman doesn't
Yeah.
play Jack 6, does he? Like, yeah.
I think
So-
he turned the jack over because he didn't want to raise. I don't know. I don't know why he turned the jack over. He got raised anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I think for Tillman, like, once you show a jack and then get raised, you could probably fold, right? Because,
Yeah.
like, AJ has to be crazy to be bluffing there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, for AJ, it's just like beautiful. What a beautiful spot. Oh man, pocket threes, man.
Are
What
you
a gross
surprised
run out.
that Tillman let out there with just trips? With the flush being out there?
But poker is an infinite game.
And a potential
Yeah, a
boat?
little bit. I think it was so passive until that spot, right? And he probably felt like he had the best hand.
Yeah, because if he had Jack 6, he would have been betting more.
Yeah.
And he didn't. So AJ knew he had the best hand. It's just a matter of.
Yeah.
And great check by AJ as
Yeah,
well. A lot
yeah.
of players want to lead
Yeah,
out there
yeah,
and
yeah.
scare players
That's
away.
an awesome hand for AJ. Really,
Check raise river is very, very hard to do when you have it.
yeah. Really like that.
And
play.
even more hard to do when you have a great bluff hand.
Yeah, that was great.
Hey guys, I thought
You're saying I missed value.
I thought strategy Wednesdays was on Wednesdays.
No, I said if he didn't show.
Yeah, Roberload, I agree with you. He's had horrible show, narrows him down to only trips. Yeah, I think kind of Tillman gave his hand away.
Yeah, I think
there.
we talked about that too during the hand because like he's just never gonna have Jack 6 or
No.
Jack 3 or Jack Deuce.
And he's not going
Right?
to show it.
He's not
going
gonna
to
show if he has that. Yeah, yeah.
Because he
And so
doesn't
yeah,
want to lose value.
Yeah, you just have. AJ is in the dream spot as a poker player, right? You just get to pick a size where you're like, huh, how much money am I gonna make this hand?
I
Kind of
think
deal.
Tillman was trying to do reverse psychology there, and it just was the wrong time.
Yeah, he just ran into it a little bit. I mean, the problem with showing a jack there is that you're going to get all of the worst hands to just fold, right? And then exactly what happened with the better hands. But
Dave going ahead and raises up here to 35, and Aaron 3-bets to 140. King 7 offsuit in the small blind. Definitely not a hand you want to
aggressive
call with.
hand.
So it's either going to be a 3-bet or fold, but he's going to go ahead and continue here on the flop. David is still good here, but he
So-
does not know it. Backdoor nut flush draw and 2 overs for Dave.
I'm not totally sure about this bet from Aaron because this flop is going to favor the caller a lot more, right? He's going to have like a lot more of the 6-7 Jack 10 suited kind of hands, maybe even like 7-10. He's going to have all of the sets where Aaron doesn't have pocket fours. But Aaron still has all the overpairs in his range. And Dave
go
is
ahead and
going to make the call.
Make the call with the stack of reds here.
What is it, 70 and 270? It's like right where they meet.
And we've got a bloated pot, and neither player has a pair. Oh, man.
More outs for Aaron.
And I think Aaron is going to bomb this. I
Aaron's
think,
the effective stack of 1.3, 645 in the pot here. Now he has an open ender.
like, knowing Aaron, he doesn't have too much give up in him, and there's just not too many ways for him to win this hand, right? Besides doing exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, if he checks here, he definitely is showing weakness and gives Dave the opportunity to either check back or show aggression and make the bet right here on the turn.
Right.
But with Aaron picking up equity, that was one of the better cards for him, so I can see him continuing. If he completely blanked, I can see him probably checking and somewhat giving up, but the fact that he got a 6 and turned it open-ender, he wants to definitely try to capitalize on that equity.
Nice
and he gets
hand.
it through.
Pure aggression.
Yeah, great. That was a great turn card for Aaron.
Yeah.
If that's not a 6, if that's an anything other than a king, I think
Got one back?
he probably checks there.
I think that might be Aaron playing the player a little bit there.
Yes.
Because the line, I don't think makes that much sense there. Because, like, that's not really a turn card that favors Aaron at all. In fact, that's a turn card that favors Dave a lot more, right?
Yeah. Especially not 3-betting from the small blind.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly, right? And so, like, Aaron is saying that he has some super strong, like, straighter set there. And
I'm glad you got one back on me, so now...
I don't know how believable, that is. But that's where just sort of pure aggression comes in, right? And you can just take down a lot of pots like that.
Territory of revenge you.
Yeah, I know.
Jalen with the 9s.
And
Yeah,
Gonna go ahead and lead out here to 50.
this game is definitely heating up a little bit, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely.
foot was going
You know,
down.
we're about halfway through now.
Dave over there fucking me over.
Players are kind of understanding a little bit over, and Aaron and David are talking.
Maybe how to,
Oh,
everybody's...
you know what? Going back to when Aaron folded the best hand to him, because I think he knew about that. So you got to throw that into the mix every now and again.
Oh, man. Yeah. The meta is always fun, huh?
Yeah.
And Lex O dominated. Let's
Ace
see.
versus 9.
Ooh. So neither player loves seeing the ace, but
Aaron's gonna go ahead and
oh, Lex O just gets there.
Well, with Lexo, he's gonna check again. Interesting.
Well, he's out of yeah.
I,
So
no,
now
I
I
thought
think-
for sure that Jalen would have took a stab at this after
Oh,
Lexo checked
yeah.
the ace twice.
So now Lex O has to bet, and I think
Not the
I
best.
mean Jalen
board for
probably
Aaron.
has to fold
Jalen.
here. Yep.
Good check back from Jalen on the turn. I thought for sure he was going to bet there on the turn after Lexo checked flop and turn with the ace on the board. He could have likely thought that his that his 9s were good there,
Right.
but he wisely checked back, which was good for him, and lost the minimum there.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if his image from how he played on Monday is sort of hurting him in this stream, because he played pretty snug and like everybody saw him fold queens kind of
Who
deal.
did he fold queens to?
He folded queens to a 4-bet from Chaz on the button. So it was
Who
button.
was on the button?
Lex was on the button. He opened. He got 3-bet from the small blind. Chaz 4-bet, and he folded queens on the button. And Chaz had 10s. And so, like, people saw that. And now Lex has had it a lot, right, tonight. But he's having a hard time getting value. So I wonder, sometimes he can hurt you. Like, that's such a small sample size. But I wonder if people saw the hand and they
But
were
that
like,
was
oh.
after he lost like ace king to aces and stuff
Yeah.
like that, right? Okay.
But that was like a mega cooler, right?
Yeah.
Just like aces versus ace king on a king high board, and nothing you can really do is like so. But then, yeah, I wonder if people's perception matters so much, right? Because how people think you play.
And live for sure.
Yeah, in live, it's huge,
That's
right?
the major difference about live versus online. And I personally enjoy live so much more better, just for the social aspect of it. You get to watch people's heartbeat, watch their hands move, kind of see where their eyes are going. Sometimes you get a pure read on them just based on what they're doing.
And
Just
Lex,
never tell them when you know what their live read is. Never tell them.
Lex is getting frisky, huh? Jack 7
175.
suited, and Jason says, "Get out of my pot."
Jason is not one to flat with 10s in the big
No.
blind. He's going to go ahead and 3-bet this.
And this is a spot again, right, where 10s is a really good hand, but it plays really poorly multi-way, and so you want the isolation here, right? And I think,
Hey, William had a
yeah.
decent 4-bet candidate with the ace-4 suited, but he's going to go ahead
gonna go ahead and let it go, and
AJ with the big stack here with a 4.4. Jay went right behind him with 3.3. And as we said earlier, and we had a question in the chat about what's the buy-in. The buy-in to start this game is 200 minimum, 1,000 max, and then it's max stack after that. So these games, a couple hours in, will typically get up to 4 to 7K, usually after a couple hours of play, and money gets moved around and guys start matching stacks. But everyone bought in, from what I know, 1,000.
which
we
is
should raise that minimum. 200,
typically what we
like,
see. I don't know how many streams that you've played on where somebody buys in for the minimum, because like if you're on the stream, you're kind of you're there to play.
Yeah.
So at
Rarely.
200 in a
Greg was all
2-5,
in. He bought in for 500, I think.
right,
And I was surprised.
right. But he was definitely taking a shot.
Yes, he does play.
And he was open about that with us. He was open. He was,
Yes.
he's more of like a comedian
Yes.
like
He's not a
converting it.
professional
Right.
player
He doesn't
by
claim
any
to be or
means.
anything. But
And I think he plays home games like 51
yeah,
50
yeah,
cents,
yeah.
100
So
excuse me,
hopping
50
up,
cents,
right?
$1.
Yeah, like $100 buying kind of
Yeah.
games. But so hopping into the Texas 2-5 is definitely
Yeah.
a bigger game than he's.
And, you know,
used
and
to.
people in the chat were getting a bunch of crap for it. I was like, dude, he's you know, he's a YouTuber,
Yeah,
he's
I
a
mean,
comedy skit guy,
yeah.
you know. Like he was good for the game for sure. And him
Yeah.
and his girlfriend Courtney are really funny.
Yeah, they are. I had a lot of fun playing with him, and
Was the Seattle game last week?
I will say I appreciated that he was like very open about everything, you know, because like there's a lot of people who will come in and you know
Try to act
not be,
hard and
yeah,
stuff, you know what I mean?
exactly,
Like,
and
he's
that's
very
just
vulnerable with
yeah,
with
he's
good
just
things.
very open with everything. And Lex O is gonna turn 2-pair here for the best of it.
Who's the donk at this table? We got from Not Joking 777. Do you want to
No.
answer that question?
There's no donks in Texas.
Right?
No
Come play,
donks.
guys. Come play.
Yeah, everybody's a pro.
I'm the donk. I call with top trips to Tillman's boat.
No, I think
An ace
yeah. So this
Two.
is a annoying spot for Jason
is the best hand here.
because
Jason.
yeah, the ace X that continues from Lexo in this spot. Oh, Jason checked the flop. Okay, never mind. I take it back. And okay, so given the action, I think that Jason can get away
Yeah,
from
he
this
goes
pretty
big here
comfortably.
again. He's really
Yeah.
trying to get paid.
So to me, right, as Lexo is the pre-flop opener, and then once he checks the flop and then starts betting aggressively after the turn of river, this hand just screams having an ace to me.
Yeah.
Um,
He's definitely going for value here, even though he's trying to go polar. I think Jason can be smart enough and sniff this out and get away
Right.
from it.
And the problem with Jason's hand is he blocks a lot of Lexo's probably like natural bluffs like King Queen, King 10. I don't know what else he's going to be finding bluffs here with because there's no flush draw.
Yeah. There's no missed straight draw either. Well, I mean, I guess King Queen,
Right.
but he's blocking.
But
that
he
with
blocks
that
King
Jack.
Queen. Yeah, so I think this
I
is
think
a
he's gonna
spot
find
where
a
he
fold.
just finds a fold a lot of the time. But Jason doesn't like to fold.
Oh,
Jason does not like to fold.
if he raises here,
That'd be so sick.
yeah. But I don't think he's gonna.
I
get
think
it. Oh
he's-
my God, he's gonna. Is he gonna raise?
No, he's going to call.
Or is he trying to get a read here?
He cut out calling chips.
He's gonna let it go. I've seen him do this before.
He got the cards in one hand, got the chips in the other.
Oh,
he's gonna call.
got max value.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. That feels...
I'm actually surprised he called.
I'm surprised he called as
Yeah,
well.
I'm really surprised he called.
It's just like, just because the flop went check, check, right? I feel like he's going to have so many ace high hands
Yeah,
that go check, check there.
but the thing is, Lex led turn, so it's screaming ace X. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
Because I don't
and-
think he's leading turn with King Queen there. Like, okay, now I have an open
Right,
ender.
right.
Not an open ender, a
Right.
gutter at that point.
Right.
So yeah, interesting.
I agree with you, but I think that, like, you know, there's some meta there, too, where Jason knows that Lex knows that the ace is really good for him. And so maybe he's thinking that, like, even he's going to take, like, his Queen 10 gutter ball type hands and just turn them into a bluff there. But versus that size, I don't know. Like you said, though, like, when people bet big, it makes
It
it
just
seem
smells
polarized, right? So
I think if Lexo bets probably $100 less,
And-
Jason maybe finds a fold.
yeah. Aaron picks up the aces.
Brandon Moore says King Jack also blocking bluffs. Yep, that's exactly what we were just talking about here in a minute. He was definitely blocking the bluffs there as
And
well.
Jason is going to get right back on the horse, and he's going to run straight into it with the same hand as last time, King Jack suited. And
Now Aaron's likely
Aaron
going to
is
4-bet this.
definitely not flat calling here. In this configuration, Aaron definitely has a lot of bluffs. Or not a lot of bluffs, but he's definitely going to be 4-betting somewhat wide. And so he's definitely going to want to be 4-betting his best hands as well. And Jason facing the 4-bet, having just paid off. a big bet, I imagine, is not really going to be in a folding mood here. So I think we're going to see a flop.
Yep. And this is the perfect candidate to 4-bet as well, as he knows that he's not really going to scare Jason off a decent hand.
Oh, and Aaron. Top
And
set.
Jason flops a
Jason
gutter.
with a gutter. That would be pretty sick.
Now, does Aaron want to make it about third pot here to keep a weaker hand in? Obviously, he has to protect himself for the straight
Right.
and the flush draw.
But I think, like, with his entire range here, he's going to bet about a third.
And
so
he does, around 200.
Yeah. 175. And so
Yep. Definitely wants to
I
keep the
think
weaker
Jason
hands
is just
in,
going to continue here.
for sure.
Uh,
He's trying to target an exact hand that Jason has.
oh,
with keeping the
Queen
draws
of
in there.
Spades one time. Ah, he boats up, and that's a really bad card for Jason.
Now, does Aaron check here to allow Jason to make a bluff?
And he does exactly
he
that.
does check. Jason has 1.2 behind. The pot is 976.
And I think he
And-
probably only has one size.
Does he want to jam and pounce on
cards.
potential weakness here, which is what Aaron is hoping for? Needs a queen. Well, not anymore. He needed
He's
a queen.
drawing
He's
dead.
drawing dead now. And this is why it's good to check back when you have the nuts, when you're out of position against an aggressive player, to allow them to pounce on your potential weakness. And he's going to go
Yeah,
ahead and
and
make a
so
bet.
the beautiful thing about this spot for Aaron, too, is that he has the nuts, and his opponent can also have a lot of really strong hands here, right?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't block any of the 10s. Jason's perfectly capable of having Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited here, right?
Yep.
And he doesn't block any of that. And so now Aaron going to tank a little bit. And he's going to put in the call.
Now,
No point in raising here.
yes. Just go ahead and put in the call. Reevaluate on the river. And depending on what it is, do you want to lead out or do you want to go and go ahead and check it one more time? If the flush gets there, or if a queen or a jack comes in, I would definitely love a check and allow Jason to continue, or hopefully he hit his flush or his straight, and he'll get max value. It's kind of a blank.
Backdoor. The backdoor hearts
Backdoor hearts got there.
come in. Aaron snap checks. And I think Jason probably has a combo that he just gives up here with. But
He only has half pot
he's
behind
not really one to give up, you know?
now. And Aaron knows this. He only has
Mm-hmm.
half pot behind, so if he makes his jam here, Aaron's going to probably beat him to the pot.
So the problem here for Jason, I think, is that the Aaron can have a lot of ace of hearts type of hands. And so now, like, the hands that you're getting to fold have gone down significantly. And, like, given SPR...
Oh,
yeah,
he checked back.
given
And
the
Aaron's
SPR
like,
there,
"Damn
it's
it."
like, is Aaron really going to fold ace-queen there, right? Like,
Yeah.
probably not. And so, like, you're just, like, not really getting that many hands to fold, I think, is the problem for Jason.
Oh, man.
So
If that-
discipline check back,
Yes, if that was a diamond, queen, jack,
100%. I think
100%
he, yeah, I think he
check,
finds it,
and
but
Jason
it's just,
bombs it.
yeah, not a very good bluff card for Jason.
Always gonna she had it the whole time. You just call.
As soon as he checked back, Aaron was like, no.
Yeah. But I think Aaron played the hand.
He did
perfect.
play it
Yeah,
very
played
good. It
well.
was just an unfortunate river
Yeah,
to get max
for sure,
value
for
there.
sure, for sure.
But Jason is the perfect candidate to just make that bluff as well, because he knows he can't win the hand without putting some more chips in the
Yeah,
pot.
and the check on the turn is great because you see a lot of people get like really excited there. I think when they vote up and they're like, "Ah, I have aces full. Like I got to bet, right?"
Yeah.
But Aaron realizes that like there's a great card to check and let his opponent
Now, here's
either-
the thing from the other side. I think Jason's knowing, he's like, okay, the pot is 1.6. I only have 800 behind. Whatever I bet, Aaron's getting great odds to call. And so I think if Jason's deeper, he probably makes that bluff.
I think you're probably right.
Someone said, good fold, Jason. Well, he just checked back.
Yeah, but good give up. Good give up. Sometimes you have to know when to give up, right?
Yeah. But like I said, if he's deeper, if he's 2K behind, he may jam there.
Yeah. Right.
I've seen him
I
do
think,
it.
yeah. Against Aaron specifically, though, like, I think Aaron might find calls there with like ace jack, ace queen, right? So he's like not the player type to try and bluff.
Yeah,
there.
that is also true.
I think
too,
Jason
so.
knows that too.
And the great thing, that's the great thing about cash game is playing the player.
Yeah.
Aaron is very disciplined, very GTO, and Jason is very aggressive and brings in a lot of the action.
Yeah.
So they're both playing each other to that benefit there.
This is the great thing about like the home style nature of this game too, is you see the same players, you start to learn their tendencies, and then you get into these sort of fun like meta games.
Yeah.
And
well, also too, remember, Aaron commentating, and me and Aaron have commentated together with Jason on the stream, so he knows how Jason plays.
Oh yeah,
know.
definitely. Lexo raises to 35 with Jack Deuce off. So there must be some side bet that's really encouraging these players to get in there and VPIP.
Yeah, it's the $50 penalty, I believe.
Right. But it must be more than, I don't know what it is, but, Lexo feeling frisky here.
Lexo with the
Did
shock
Tillman
call
just
nuts.
fold ace jack? I think Tillman just folded ace jack.
There's no such alarm, I assure you.
Oh, no. I guess the card reader thing was wrong.
I've been guilty of folding ace jack from a 3-bet before.
It was just an open, though.
Oh, it was just an open. Okay.
But he has 8-6. And he's going to make trip sixes on the end. AJ, not bad for a dollar. And Tillman's going to get a little rebate from the jacks versus threes hand. And AJ's face. Tillman's scooping the pot up. And a nice little hand for Tillman. Little rebate.
Lexo and Jaywin added on to get up higher to the closer stack of AJ all the way up to the top with the 4.2.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, I keep hearing a car alarm as well. Have you heard that multiple times? Like, I don't know if they have some timer going on, but I've heard it about 3 different times now. That's like the worst alarm to wake up to, by the way.
Right. Yeah. I think Lexo just won the big hand. I don't think he added on against Jason with the ace deuce versus king jack.
Oh,
and,
yes.
Yeah, because he bets
Well,
are
I
big.
think he still did add some on because he's not up $2,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I think he did add some on.
We'll see some cumulative winnings in a little bit.
Have we even seen that? I think we've seen that once. We
Saw
need to
it
see that
once,
graphic
yeah.
a little bit more. Need to talk to our producer.
Mr. Producer,
Yeah.
see if we can make that happen.
I wish we had a button here, guys, where I can just say cumulative wins.
Yeah, that would
We
be
do
great.
not have access to that. But it would be nice. I like that better than chip stacks. Because you know where everyone's at, you know what I mean?
Me too. Because sometimes, you could be sitting 4K deep, but be down 2K, right?
Yes, exactly.
Shadow plus 2 VPIP. Yeah.
It's so funny when your buddy comes up to you like, man, you're doing good. He's like, bro, I bought in for all this.
Yeah, for sure.
I object.
We're getting it so easy. We're doing it so everybody's doing it back here.
That's the only way we're trying.
Objection.
We'll do this round 1, and then when it gets to you,
Yeah. So we're doing 1 right now?
Yeah.
So it's essentially the
same
shadow.
exact thing, but when it
As
gets
is.
to, when it gets
Forget
to
my
you,
question. I'm playing anyway.
Well, hopefully this
We
round
have to
will go
double
well.
shadow.
Brandon Moore says, any big multi-table tournaments in 2022? I am not aware of any huge tournaments so far, but we do have tournaments multiple times a week, and a decent one on Sundays. I think it's like
The Sunday one is good.
It's like 7K, 4K, 8K or something like that. That was actually the first time I ever played here about a year and a half ago. That was like September of last year. I came here to play that, I think it was a 6K guarantee at the time,
really?
and I final tabled
Oh, nice.
and got on the stream. Very first time I played here, I played on the stream. And I actually played against Aaron,
Oh,
who
wow.
him and I have commentated together with, and he knocked me out. Eights versus jacks.
Did he have 8s?
I had 8.
Okay,
He had
okay.
jack.
All right. So that's-
I went for it on
Yeah,
the turn, and he
no,
just
totally.
snapped calls. I was like, all right, I'm out.
It's just the fact that it's not going to happen. It's 1 in 13 something. It's not going to happen.
Is Aaron drinking that? Or is that his card protector of some sort that he's not using for his cards? Because it's been there like the entire time.
I think he's drinking that. He'll usually engage. Yeah. He'll usually have a few, libations as the night goes on. He's playing this. He plays the stream to have a good time.
Yeah.
And he's not gonna, definitely not the type to knit it up or anything like that. He's gonna get in there, mix it up.
Who is this? Aaron?
Aaron.
Oh, okay.
So we're doing 9-3 of hearts, $100.
Yeah. How do you like to navigate when you're literally just card dead? Like, do you stay disciplined and somewhat knit it up and just kind of, be patient, or do you get bored and say, okay, I'm gonna play a little bit outside of my normal range here and I'm gonna get in there? How do you like to navigate spots like that?
I think normally I just will continue to play my game because I'm very confident that it's a winning strategy. But on the stream, it can get frustrating, and sometimes you just have to widen up because you don't want to sit there and play 8% of hands, right? It's just not
That's
fun.
what I mean, though. Like, you're playing your game, but all the cards you're getting and the positions that you're getting, they're not in the ranges that you normally play.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? Like, you're getting ace, 8 deuce, 9-4, and you're just, and they're 3-betting. You're just not in a position where you can really call.
I think you can just find a lot of spots in these games where there's a lot of dead money, and you can just squeeze a little light sometimes, right? And then I think I'll try and find those spots if I'm super card dead.
In the left nut. Punch him in the left nut.
So someone just asked, is that illegal what
AJ.
Lexo just did by checking his opponent's hand while he isn't at the table? So we have the stream playing in, oh, hold on, let me get to this hand real quick.
Yeah, we got a
Queens from AJ, 7 deuce from
Alexa
David.
just folds bottom nut.
No
Wow.
way, he folded? I wouldn't mind seeing a flop spot in that there.
I guess he's out of position, and he's got
He's out of
people
position, he knows
behind.
he's likely behind.
Yeah.
But he's also beating all the king, queens, ace, king, ace, queen, all that stuff as well. But okay, so going back to, is it illegal for Lexo? Just did checking his opponent hand. So we we have the stream playing all over TCH, but it's on a 15-minute delay. So if you leave the table, go look at the stream. You could see hands that happened 15 minutes ago, and it's more than fine. It's already happened. It's in the past. So you can't see what's happening right now unless somehow someone tanked for 15 minutes. Which is how they like.
This also circles back to the more home game feel that this room has. It's sort of like, as long as you're folding, it's sort of like a common thing. So people will look and be like, oh, you folded this when you get back to the table, sort of thing. It's just in good fun, and as long as you know everybody at the table, I don't see anything wrong with it. Like, it's not like you gain any additional information, right? As long as you're folding the hand, there's nothing wrong with it, and it makes it fun. Someone comes back to the table, you can be like, oh, you would have had the nuts. And
well,
whatever,
it makes it more fun, too, because, you want to see it. I mean, even pros talk about it, like, I'm going to see this in 30 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, they
for
go
sure.
back and look
Oh,
at it as well.
Jaywin.
Jaywin with aces. And let's see if anybody has anything that can get in the mix with Jaywin here. He's going to go ahead and raise it up to, looks like 60. Dave folds 5s and
AJ.
ace 10 suited
Gets
and
in
another
there.
ace. So all the aces are gone. AJ pretty much can just get a straight, a 10, or a flush to potentially win this hand. No, not a 10, excuse me. A 10 will get him in trouble if it's top pair. So straight, flush only, as all the aces are gone.
And we'll let the graphic catch up. But Tillman in there with the 10 deuce and queen
Oh,
deuce.
someone folded a queen.
I think it was Lottie. Folded queen 6 off.
Well, judging by his face right now, it probably was him. But
And yeah, John just gonna see that.
and no one is
And it
going
looks
to
like
give
it
him any
was
honor.
Lottie.
Yeah, and this is definitely it is a friendly game. Obviously, everyone's trying to take everyone's money for the most part. As you can see, these guys are. There's alcohol at the table. Guys are drinking. Guys are having a good time. Guys are joking around, needling each other, and that's what we try to bring here at TCH. Have a good time at the stream. I don't think we've ever seen two guys get into it on the stream, like talking crap legit. That would be really interesting. So that's never happened before. But no, these streams are it's like a group of guys just getting together and having a night out and having a good time, a lot of laughs and gamesmanship.
Right. It's definitely good vibes. No one's gonna get mad if you look at someone's cards
Yeah.
or whatever kind of deal.
And even us as commentators, obviously, we're back here trying to, analyze and somewhat critique play, but we're never gonna like completely harp on a guy for making a weird play
No,
or a
definitely
bad play
not.
in general.
You're not in.
I'm not in.
Will.
He's the only one.
That would be so funny. It would be hilarious.
We played on these streams too, and sometimes we make really
We've
dumb
definitely
decisions.
made our fair share of mistakes.
We are all human. We do not know better than anyone. We all have our faults.
Right.
Jaywin is gonna play the Rigby hand.
Whenever you want, as long as
3
you
deuce. Did you see that in WSOP?
I did.
Rigby
Dirty
guy?
diaper.
Yeah.
Right?
He's coming to play in Dallas on the 12th.
Oh, really?
You guys want to check him out? Rigby.
Deuce 3 suited might be too good, though. I think it has to be offsuit.
King Queen on the button, playable hand. And Jaywin flops.
Flop the best of it.
Yep. He's going to go ahead and continue. No point of raising it up when you flop a pair.
And King Jack has backdoor diamonds here, so and the buttons. And this is a flop where,
2 over
the
0.
texture is going to change a lot on several turns and rivers. And that's a great card for Brian now. So once Jaywin checks, I would love to see him bet, but
me
he's
too.
going to go ahead and go check.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a bet there as well. Oh, and then he
Then he's
gets
just
there.
going to get there. Jaywin's
Oh,
gonna
and
hit
Jaywin has 2 pair. But it's
I
diamonds.
I think Brian now.
If he makes it small enough, Jaywin will call. But if he goes big here, Jaywin's most likely going to fold. I think he can get probably 75 out of Jaywin. And it looks like he's going to go big.
Snap fold, it looks like.
150.
Oh, no. So the thing is, like, for Jaywin here, like, what is your opponent now incentivized to bet, right? Like, why is he now deciding to bluff this after it goes, check on the turn? And I think you can just find a fold. So I think that's sort of like the reason why you want to bet with the King Jack on the turn. One, because you sort of like, one, you can take it down on the turn, right? You don't have to hit your card to win. And 2, you can make the pot a little bigger, so then if you do hit your card, then you can bet some sort of size where you get paid more, right?
Yep.
Whereas when you just check and then bet the river, it makes it easier for your opponent to just fold if they don't have.
Semi-bluffing is definitely good because of what Austin just said. Take it down without hitting and also build a pot when you do. And those are the 2 main reasons why you definitely want to semi-bluff.
Right.
We got the $10 straddle. It looks like we're not doing the 20 no more. At least Jaywin forgot.
Where did you play before here, or did you not really play?
I think I've actually talked about the story before. I didn't play poker for about 12 years.
Oh, really?
I played a little bit in college, just kind of with my buddies and roommates and high school too. I knew flush beat straights and all that stuff, but like the ins and outs of the game and like the strategy behind it, like no idea. Didn't know ranges, 3 bets, what I should, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just played hands and just didn't understand why I lost all the time. So, oh wow, Tillman with queens here. I'll tell the story right after.
Sure.
And Aaron and Brian have each other's outs, and that's not the best flop for Tillman with ace-king
He's still
on the
ahead.
flop. And Tillman has Aaron and Brian's outs for the straight. Now Tillman can continue with both players checking, see if he can get a little bit of value, but he's not.
But you, it's like perfectly okay.
I have a few detractors. I have a few.
So I think heads up, Aaron maybe still going to turn this into a bluff. Interesting.
Somebody can check them out with that one.
Definitely going to take
And it's stuck.
advantage of the weakness here.
And Ryan says,
If a queen, put a queen out there.
one time,
put a
dealer.
queen
Oh,
out
Tillman
there.
folds.
I was on another stream.
Oh, man.
Yeah, okay.
Boo.
Something wasn't right.
Check,
You
check,
know
check.
my place.
Unless
So-
someone wants to make a... Oh, Tillman got out of there.
Right. I
Oh, I
don't
didn't see
know
that.
if
Wouldn't let it go all night.
Check.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Brian's going to go for it.
he is.
Like, no, I know what a 6 to 9% looks like, and this ain't it.
Yeah, I'm not in other streams chats very often.
Nice,
Yeah,
Brian.
nice hand, Brian.
Show it. Show it. Show it. Please show it. He had the same hand. Show it.
Oh!
Aaron's like, oh, my God, I had the same hand. The same effing hand is
Yeah.
what he said.
Oh, yeah.
So no, like I focused on after college here at UT. I went to grad school, and then I moved out of state not back up to Michigan. I went to Michigan for my first job out of college, and then I just kind of focused on my career in my 20s, and I just never played. And every time I went to Vegas, I never played poker. I love blackjack, so I was at the blackjack tables all day, and I just never played poker. It just didn't really occur to me. Even after the the big boom with
Moneymaker?
Oh yeah, Moneymaker. Well, I was in high school at that time, so I played in high school and college. But yeah, 12 years I didn't play, and got invited to a home game back in 2019 with a buddy. Played a tournament. I was like, man, I missed this. And then that same buddy posted on Facebook about a card room here in Austin.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, no freaking way, there's card rooms here?
Yeah.
And I went, and I've been just playing ever since.
Nice. Awesome. That's cool, man.
And it's been great. Got a chance to meet a bunch of people in the poker community, built a lot of friendships with people, and I'll commentate on TCH Live. It's
Yeah, that's awesome.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
3-bet here from Jason.
Oh, and Lottie
Lottie with aces.
finds the aces.
And this is the first time he has 4-bet.
And
So
imagine it's going
or
to
did he
be
call?
300,
Yeah, I mean, like
going up to about 300. Yep, that's
yeah.
exactly.
So it's the only time he's ever 4-bet. I don't think he's even 3-bet. So what else does Lottie have?
And Jason is going to look at Lottie's stack, and
Jason
he's going to
says-
decide that he doesn't have the odds, and he's going to probably find a fold. But,
Yeah.
Lottie can do this with ace king suited, ace queen suited. Maybe.
The thing is, he hasn't 4-bet once, and I don't even think he's 3-bet this entire stream. So like,
Right.
what else is he doing?
The thing for Jason that's tough about this is like theoretically the widest configuration, right? And so sort of annoying, but like,
over $700 behind.
It looks
again,
like he has more than 400
it
behind,
does look
too.
like that.
1, 2, 3, 4. He looks like he has about 750
yeah.
behind.
And he's going to see a flop.
All right. Needs a 9 or a 9 only, because his hearts and clubs are not live.
Oh!
Okay, easy fold.
Yeah. So,
Full in.
and Lottie just shoves.
And of course, he's just gonna jam.
Yeah, he's going to snap fold.
Kind of protect himself
Yep.
for a potential. And he's going to show it. Watch. I have aces. They're like, we all know we got aces.
And so, yeah, Jason goes from, being the ace king suited, ace queen suited type hands of the world to now losing to everything. And that's not a fun spot to be in for him.
Not even a little bit of agony.
Man, I really wanted a queen on that river.
That would
And,
have been sick.
and if Tillman
Yeah,
was still
Tillman
in
was
there,
in. That would have been
been
sick.
great.
Yeah.
But I can understand why Tillman folds ace
Yeah,
and king on
yeah.
there.
Once you see a bet, especially through one.
For 200, you had just enough where I had to.
Jaywin's having a good time.
There's a pot-sized bet left behind.
How do you keep your hoodie on like halfway through? Like, is there like tape on his hair? How do you keep the hoodie on like that? How does it just not fall off?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
Like, it's staying off.
It's just staying there.
10s for AJ, 3s for Brian. We haven't seen a set over set hand yet.
It's 100 now? Yeah.
4s for Lottie. So this is sort of the setup for it, huh?
4s, pair. Oh my
And
God!
5s, wow.
What in the world?
Yo, I'm having a good time.
And Jalen.
Ace
Oh,
king.
ace
Okay,
king.
Dave.
Please.
If there's any time to raise,
Please,
right
you
now
have
is
to
the time
squeeze.
to raise.
You have to squeeze.
No way,
No.
Dave. Make it like 350.
There's so much dead money. He's
Yes.
so incentivized to
Oh,
squeeze
Dave.
there.
I'm gonna talk to him after the stream. Like, bro, you gotta play the ace king a little bit.
Oh, and Tillman.
Tillman. AJ has a flush draw, and Tillman flops a set of 5s. And a lot of these hands would have probably got out outside of AJ. It probably would have been Dave versus AJ here. But he
now-
allowed
so,
Tillman to
like-
stay in the hand.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? Because you just have like such a good hand,
Yeah.
and now you have no idea how to
Exactly. And it's so hard to navigate. And
Yeah.
he's going to lead out here?
play. Oh, I
See,
really
this is
don't
what I
like
don't
that
understand.
lead.
If you're not going to, and I'm not messing on Dave, but he's going to bet 250 here, right? If you're going to lead out flop against this many people when you effectively don't hit anything, why not just 3-bet squeeze
Right.
the flop. I mean the pre-flop.
Right. And against 4 people, it's really ambitious to think this is going to
Very.
get through.
Because this
And,
is
like,
going to hit someone.
especially against like 3 callers to a raise, like they're going to have a lot of spade hands. They're going to have a lot of like exactly what Tillman has. They're going to have a lot of,
I'm like,
you know,
like garbage people.
Jack X of spades.
Ooh.
He's gonna
Okay, so
fold.
everyone else is going to fold.
So
except
Tillman's
Tillman.
going to shove, I think,
How
right?
much does Tillman have? He has 1.2. He may call. He may go all in. He's just going to
Yeah.
call. Okay, if it's no spade,
Yeah.
he's all
See,
in.
this is just a really hard spot for Dave, man, right?
All week, but we have.
Oh, and Tillman just gets there.
And that's what I tell people. We have the most
Thursday
fun.
night gets
Check, snap all in.
And Dave is now sort of, you know, oh, he's going to continue to bet, it looks like.
So this Tuesday game, have you like talked to, like you got it in the talk to Seth? I've talked to a number of people. I started getting
He's like, damn
Tillman,
it.
snap all in. And
See,
Dave
here's-
is like, oh no.
See, here's the thing that would happen if Dave 3-bets pre-flop, he gets everyone out except for probably AJ, and then he leads out and AJ potentially folds like he just did, and then he wins the pot.
Right.
But by not squeezing pre-flop, he's going to lose a decent amount here.
Right. And so this,
And the thing is, he's also getting great odds to call because he bet 600,
right,
and there's only 300 left to win a pot that's going to go up to 2.3.
right.
So it's almost like you have to call, hoping to hit an ace or a king, and he's drawing dead.
Yeah. I just really am not a big fan of this line from Dave. Because when you bet that flop, you're basically saying like, okay, I flopped the flush, or I have a really high spade in my hand, right? And then you continue to bet the turn. What are you saying now, right? Your story is changing now, right?
Yeah.
And you're basically saying like, okay, I have pocket sevens, right? But you're repping so narrow, right? And like, I don't even know if pocket sevens is gonna lead that flop, right? And it's just like when you're repping such a narrow range, it just makes it really easy for your opponents to play against you, right?
He's
And
invest.
then-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just picking a hand like ace king off with no spade to do this with, like you're just not blocking anything. Your opponents are gonna have so much, right? And now you've just like put yourself into this really weird spot where you're gonna put in another $300 drawing dead, right?
I mean, he almost has to call just because he's invested so much
Yeah.
in the pot.
It's 200
like-
into a 2.3K pot.
It's like why even
yeah,
fold?
yeah. But you're drawing dead, always here, right?
Tuesday is a great day for that. Because like no competition, there's no streams going on Tuesday.
Yeah. So I just think
Is
that
he getting like 9 to 1 or something?
yeah, it's a spot where you're pre-flop.
Don't show it either. Don't show it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I just show up on a Tuesday.
Your pre-flop mistakes sort of compound, right?
Yeah. He's trying to get a read off Tillman. Like Tillman's all in. You know.
Also, Tillman has it. Also, you have nothing.
Yeah.
right? You just have nothing.
You know when Tillman all in, he 97% of the time has nothing, and 3%
Yeah.
of the time it's bluff. So
I think Ben might be done.
Yeah. I mean, I think that is a hand that when Dave rewatches,
Yes.
he's gonna be able to learn a lot from.
yeah. And Dave, we're not harping on you, buddy. We just
No.
want.
I just think that's a
we
hand
just want
to
to
think
see
about.
everybody succeed. To
That's
an
just a
extent.
hand to think about, I think,
Yes.
for sure, right? Like,
It's always a good
you
time
can definitely
to
learn from that. Yeah.
learn in these situations here.
Right. And I do like his, like, he wants to be aggressive, but I think he's just placing the aggression in the wrong place.
Yeah.
I think pre-flop is the spot there for sure, right?
The thing is, if you're passive pre-flop, but then you're aggressive post-flop, it kind of doesn't add up sometimes, and you get yourself in a lot of trouble by allowing other weaker hands to get in that can beat you. And so with Ace-King there, with that many people and nobody 3-betting, that is 100% the best time to 3-bet. He should have made it about what, like 350?
Yeah, I think that's great
I
because
can't
like
remember how many callers there
Yeah.
was, like
4
350,
people.
400?
AJ raised to 63 people called, and then it was on him, right?
Yeah, so around 350, 375 would be good.
There's $240 of dead money in that pot already, right? So if you raise,
It's 100. It's 100.
He's having fun, though.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
good.
Auto, like, see, that's what I'm saying. I didn't say no. I didn't say.
I wonder if there was a side bet or something, like, because they look like they're 5 bets. Maybe there was like some side bet on something.
Has to be unanimous.
Okay, man, in Dave's situation, would you call? You're like, I've already. you know, it's another 300. I get that, but
Right.
he could be. You know, he needs an ace or king.
Not
Doesn't
against
have any out.
Tillman. Not
Huh?
not against Tillman,
That's
right?
true. But anybody else you call.
I think so.
I mean, you're
But,
getting
like,
almost 9-1 or something like that.
I just don't. What do you beat? Wait. What are you not dead against?
You declined it. I didn't
And I didn't even know the rules.
I mean, it's a really terrible call either way, but you're just almost
Yeah,
committed
yeah.
at that
I
point.
guess, like,
why invest that much and then fold?
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
They
You know.
could have like ace 7 of spades.
Yeah.
Or like no, sorry, ace of spades 7, right? So like pair, like maybe. I don't know, man.
pull me into your
It's just hard to put that much money in
Yeah.
the pot and then fold. You know. For
That's
that- for
another.
that
There's
one.
a lot of things to unpack in that hand too. This is a pretty interesting flop, but I think like knowing SPR there matters a lot too. So
Yeah.
knowing that Tillman has,
900 left.
Yeah.
And then knowing
So,
stack sizes is also.
if you're gonna bet there, you should just put them all in,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly. Okay,
And
2 pair
Lexo.
for Lexo. Open ender for AJ. He needs an 8 or a 3 to win. Small little pot here. Let's see if Lexo can get some value. And he's gonna go
Big-ish.
somewhat big.
2/3. A little more than 2/3. And to the size, AJ's gonna fold. So
Choose NBA says this guy William keeps folding decent hands to see flop. Wow. So cumulative winnings. There you go. So Jay
Yeah.
wins down 2.8. AJ and Tillman and everybody else kind of in the middle. So there's this thing that has been called on the TCH stream, Choose NBA called NBA called the Lottie line. That's pretty much like under 15 or 20% VPIP. And there's a reason why his name is William Lottie, so that's why it's named after him.
But you gotta do some. We'll have to have multiple shares on this one. There's no way we can only have you.
I'm actually really curious what my VPIP is on the Connor stream.
It should be very
I think I
me
played
too. I think
I played
probably
a pretty good amount
that
of hands.
stream was
honestly.
crazy, man. That game was crazy.
Some speculative hands as well.
Right.
I would have done pretty well if no, I can't say it because the stream hasn't went live yet. But it was a fun stream, I will say. How long were you on it?
5 minutes.
Oh
Like
yeah,
the last 5 minutes.
The last 5
yeah.
minutes after Chase left, right? Jaywin's gonna go ahead and bump it up on the button with 4-3 suited.
Dude, I had 9 truths.
And it's going to go ahead and take it down. Good hand on the button. He's going to show 1 card. And he is not going to show 1 card. Wow, this stream's been going by fast. So it's 9 o'clock here. We got less than an hour left to go.
So we're into the power hour. Things
Power
usually
hour.
get a little loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey.
Typically, around the last bomb pot of the night, things get a little bit crazy. So strap in, folks.
In the sales world, they have this thing called Power Hour, which is the last hour to make sales, and everyone stands up and like to turn the music real loud and stuff like that, and they just like just go at it,
Yeah.
Power Hour.
That would be super funny. We should get like some poker equivalent where we get super loud music going. Everyone
I know,
get
right?
super excited and stuff. And
Have a
all that.
DJ. Just gotta get DJ going.
That would be fun.
We need like little like.
I'm probably gonna double.
I don't know,
So
would that be
Lottie
too
is
much?
just going to fold queen jack off.
What in the world?
Just,
Why play if you're just gonna fold these hands?
man, I mean, I get it. Maybe if you're under the gun, but I don't think he was under the gun. So a little bit snug.
AJ's gonna raise. There we go. 9-5 off. Excuse me, suited. Aaron with the Jack 10.
The problem for Lottie, I think, is like I think he actually plays I think he plays a winning strategy. It's just like when you play with the same people and they know, right, that you're just going to be playing, tight light, like,
I think it's better suited for tournaments. Would you say though?
I
playing
agree.
kinda
Yeah, 100%.
Tight aggressive. In
For
a
sure.
cash game, you're just not gonna get that much value.
And I don't think you're losing, but I think you just could be winning more.
Yeah, you're losing
Right?
value if anything.
Yeah. And that's it. And Aaron is going to flop the best of it by a lot here with a couple of speculative holdings from the other players. And so, like, this is a great example of why folding queen jack off is too tight, in my opinion. It's just because, like, people get in with these speculative hands, right? And queen jack off versus 9-5 or deuce 3 is doing so well, right?
Yeah, and he would
And,
have
like,
the best hand right
I
now.
get, like, sometimes you're going to get coolered and you're going to lose when 9-5 hits a 5, right? But you're just folding away a lot of, like, potential equity.
Yeah.
And AJ
No, it warms your pants. For like
is going to raise here. That's spicy. It's big, too. It's a huge raise.
Well, he's basically trying to get a jack to fold.
Right.
Or diamonds.
Right. I think, given that Aaron's open-ended here, then he's going to go ahead and just make the call. And this is really interesting. So, like, is AJ going to bomb? AJ's going to bomb a lot of rivers. I don't know if that's really a great one for him.
Diamonds miss. Most straights miss, but
Right. So
10-7
see, like,
and
Aaron has now a really, like, good hand to call bluffs with, right? Because he blocks nuts, and he blocks a lot of, like, 2-pair combos that are maybe doing this. And he unblocks all the diamond draws that brick out, et cetera, et cetera. So now this is a really interesting spot for AJ because that's not a good card for him to bluff, right?
yeah, he's got to go big here, like
And he has to go big,
about
right?
1,200 plus.
And that is what he's reaching for. Shout out to
850.
AJ, man. I freaking love this, though. Like,
Yeah.
look at the heart. Like, he's just like, you know what? I'm just going to run a huge bluff.
Yeah.
And whether or not I have a great hand to run a huge bluff here with, like, I'm just going to put you to the test here, Aaron, right? And I know that you're playing wide enough that you're not going to always be super nutted here. And so, you know what? Let's see if you can make the call with an ace. Let's see if you can make the call with Jack X here, right?
Well, what Aaron's thinking right now is, what I think he's thinking is he knows that an ace could definitely be in his range from AJ raising from the small blind early on. But when he checks the flop with the ace out there,
Right.
that is, I think, what Aaron's
And
being like,
yeah,
why
for-
would you check the flop if you had an ace?
100%. No, AJ's repping better than one pair here, right? So,
Yeah.
like, Aaron can discount, because, like, people aren't taking this line with just ace X, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
It could be 9-8.
Right.
Turning 9-8,
So, like-
check raise with 2-pair.
it's like, did you really turn a set of 8s here? Do you really have queen 10 that just checked,
Yeah.
right? So, like, AJ's actually repping, like, very thin here.
Yeah.
But
It's 9-8. It's pocket 8s. And, I mean,
But the thing for Aaron is, like, this is like a super under bluff spot, right?
yeah.
Like, you just don't see people making huge bluffs on the river with nothing, right? But, like, I think they've played enough where Aaron knows that AJ is a really capable player, so he might sniff this out.
I think Aaron's going to find the call, honestly.
I think so, too.
I'm like 65%
Yeah,
sure
me
he's
too.
gonna find the call and
The
be
thing
like,
that-
this line just doesn't make any sense.
The thing that makes it easier for Aaron is probably that diamond's bricked here, right?
Yes.
And so he's like, okay, you can have a lot of...
But the thing is with AJ, if diamonds miss and he was on a missed diamond, I think if AJ's going to make a bluff here, he would actually go really polar and go big. The fact that he made it smaller than the pot, it shows that he's even stronger than what he actually is. So if he missed diamonds, I think AJ goes 1,200 here.
right.
But the fact that he made it smaller than pot, it actually
He's just, like,
looks
screaming
stronger.
for a call, yeah.
Yeah, but he's going to
Nah,
go ahead
he's
and
gonna
make the call.
Yeah. That's a great call. That's a really good call.
Yeah, good call, Aaron.
Yeah. And I think...
He went for it.
Yeah,
I think he was trying
I
to
think
rep
that's
eights
awesome.
or
I
9-8.
think that's awesome. Like, it's really cool to see someone try to run that big of a bluff there. But the problem for AJ is Aaron has one of the best hands to call there with.
Yeah.
Right? He unblocks diamonds. He blocks queen 10. He blocks, like, the jack X weird 2-pair kind of deals. Like, and you need to find hands with, right? And you need to find hands to call with there. And for Aaron, like, I almost would rather have Jack 10 there than Ace X.
that's a nutty call, dude.
So good for Aaron. That was a
Well,
great call.
the more you looked at Aaron's face, he was just like,
This
as
makes
he
no
was
sense,
going
man.
through it in
He's
his
like,
hand
this
and going
makes
through
no
the
sense.
ranges in his hand, it's like, this doesn't make any sense
Yeah.
right now.
And I think that gets back to what we were talking about earlier. It's like when you're playing a hand where you're repping a really narrow range, like that becomes sort of a problem for you, right? And like those are the spots where you really want to be super polarized, right? And it just like is a really difficult like spot to look and study, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, obviously AJ on the turn there when he checked raise. Well, Aaron with kings now. When AJ checked raise there, he was obviously hoping to win it right then and there. But
Yeah,
then once he
for
got
sure.
called, you know, the only way he can win that hand is by making a bluff.
Right. And like I applaud the heart. I applaud it. I think it's
If that
like,
is
it's
one
great.
thing I enjoy about AJ is
Yeah.
AJ is not
He's
scared.
not going to give up. He's not scared,
He's gonna
right?
go for it.
And that's what makes like a game like this great. Like the fact that you got players that are going to fire off those bluffs. But, you know, kudos to Aaron for sniffing it out.
We're playing 21 questions with Lex O.
And Aaron makes $35 with kings.
And you know what? I imagine after that hand, he's fine with it.
Yeah. And Aaron now is the big stack with 4K.
4K.
Lexo and Jay Win behind. 74th hand here. We typically make it to about 100 hands every stream, so we're about 3/4 of the quarter way through. About 45 minutes left. It's time to get a little hot.
You got excited. That was an exciting hand, man.
Yeah, that was really
That was
good.
a really good hand.
And when Aaron called, he didn't love it either.
No,
He
I mean, he's
reluctantly called.
purely bluff catching,
Yeah.
right?
Jacks for Brian.
They're gonna get
And
it.
did Brian raise?
He did. Oh,
Oh, he just called. Interesting. I guess Brian does not like jacks. So we're going to go a million ways here.
what
Definitely would love a squeeze there from Brian.
Yep.
I've done that. I've done that.
And that's a good flop for
deuce,
jacks, but the
and
problem is you let
Lexo.
10 deuce in there.
And Lexo with queen deuce. So this is a cooler flop.
Oh, wow. If the pot gets a little bigger here, William may lose his whole stack.
See, this is the problem with Brian. Like exactly what you were saying. Like
Yeah.
if you're gonna bet here, why not just make it that on the flop,
Exactly.
right? And just like make it so it's not 6 ways, right, or 7 ways.
It's almost you want to see the flop just to make sure I'm good.
right.
You know, it's like,
But now it's like there's no flop that you could possibly see where you're like, I know I'm good, unless it comes Jack, right?
exactly.
Like it just makes it hard to play. This is exactly what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, and I think a lot of guys, especially in the smaller stakes, get into bad situations where they
Right.
play pre-flop passive, and then they get really aggressive post-flop, and then they just end up losing a lot more money and burning through it.
Right. And this is a nightmare for Lottie.
This is definitely going to go all in here. Oh, wow. And
Oh.
okay,
no.
so Lottie is definitely going to get stacked here.
Don't like
unless
that
a
call
10
from
comes.
Brian.
Okay, that's going to slow Brian down. And let's see, 70-45. Lottie has 754 behind. Roughly a pot size bet. So I think Brian's going to check here. Oh, Lexa's going to check too. Hopefully that Lottie has a weaker deuce or an ace.
I actually really don't like that check from Lexo. I think
Neither
there's
do I.
plenty of things in his opponent's ranges that he can get value from, especially because he has like a nutted deuce kind of deal.
Yeah.
And just like the hands that are going to bet now, like.
But it worked. He
Yeah,
got
it works
Lottie
here, for sure.
Now, do you call or get it all in now? I would like to just get it all in
I would like to
now.
see him rip it.
I mean, he doesn't have much behind, so he's essentially committed. Just tank a little bit, all in. Lottie may not even snap call. He may think about it.
Is he going to fold?
No way. Don't do it. Don't fold.
No.
No!
Dude, what?
What in the world? I'm so confused. What so?
Oh my god.
I mean, obviously.
No way.
Dude, it's a limp pot. How can you fold that?
I thought he was going to check jam. Why did he fold?
Wow.
Oh, man. That was a dream spot. He doesn't have ace deuce there.
I do not have king deuce.
It's very unlikely for him to have. He obviously doesn't have aces. What?
You just had. Wow.
That is. I mean, you just.
Did he show it too?
Yeah.
You're silly to beat the game. I had the open clip.
I don't understand.
I don't understand.
I haven't played that in a million years.
Lexo's just like,
What's the name?
maybe he's doing this for content. He's like, you know what I mean? Like, oh,
I
man.
just don't understand that fold.
Yeah.
Like sometimes in
Hold on, he
poker,
let out flop, right?
yeah.
2 something or whatever?
No,
225?
Brian bet
Oh, and he
75,
called.
and
Yeah, yeah.
Lexo raised to 250.
Yes,
and then Lottie
yes,
called
yes.
behind. Like, if Lottie, I don't know. Like, you're just putting your opponent on specifically having pocket eights when you fold there, right? Or like, you. I mean, I guess
or
he
eight
has.
deuce or ace deuce, and that's it.
Yeah, he has 3 combos of ace deuce, and he
Or
has 3
king deuce.
combos of pocket eights, right?
Yeah.
He loses 6 combos, right? And then like, oh man, he can have ace x of diamonds, right? Which already like is enough combos for you to jam there and for value, and then like you just are gonna be ahead of enough. Like, it was a limp pot,
Yeah.
right? So you can discount eights there,
You
right?
could discount aces. Lottie is not limping with
No,
aces.
no, no. But
He's-
like, yeah, you can
he
discount.
will- I
yeah.
can say 100% for sure. Yes,
Yeah.
he's very passive for the most part, but he's not passive with aces.
No, right.
So he does not have aces there. He's only worried about eights,
Right.
8 deuce,
Right.
and ace deuce, and
Yeah.
that's it.
And,
And
you
king,
just
king deuce, and king deuce.
beat enough of like the 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, etc., 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 etc. Man,
Oh, Lexo.
that is. I think when he goes back and thinks about that hand. But okay, so like again though, this is like that's like an interesting spot where it's just like the perception of how people play gets in your head, right? Because you're like, okay, Lottie's played 10% of hands, and I haven't seen him do anything except he 4-bet aces, right?
Yeah.
So you just as Lexa, you're like, he has to have pocket eights here,
The
right?
thing is, it's too strong.
Yeah, it's just
But it was kind of like what happened earlier when I was against Tillman when I flopped trip 10s. I know he potentially has a bolt here. He goes all in, but I'm too strong to fold.
Yeah.
I have to call.
it's just like, especially with a diamond draw out there and the ace not being a diamond, like he can just have ace x of diamonds.
Ooh. And the chat is
The chat is
very
not going to like
happy
that.
with
The chat is not going to like that. I
Oh,
can't believe, like, we were both so sure he was just taking to jam.
Yeah, check.
Yeah,
jam.
he was going to check jam, and then he picked up his cards, and I was like, really?
And just for the record, let's be fair. We are not trying to be disrespectful in any way whatsoever to Lexa. We're
No,
just
absolutely not.
very, very surprised.
Yeah,
we're just
for sure.
very surprised.
And I think it's just a spot where the meta plays into it so much that he just figures, like, you know, Lottie isn't the type to be bluffing there, ever.
Yeah.
And so he just thinks it's so strong, but that's pretty crazy, man.
There's 2 folds that I literally never saw coming. The one from the Aaron with the 7-5, and then the one from
Yeah.
This is be some surprisingly.
Yep.
And you know what? If Brian raises there pre-flop, he wins. He wins the whole
That's
thing.
the thing, for sure, for sure. And Tillman's just going to river in the nuts. And
And
with 4 to Broadway here, it's pretty likely. Like, AJ can also definitely have Broadway here.
yeah. Or a
and
smaller straight. Could have 9-8, but
But-
well, Jason has 9-8, and he folded.
with Jason's behind tag, right? And he's going to raise. He probably also has Broadway.
Hold on. Dude. Oh, Jason's still in.
Yeah, yeah. So, So the thing for...
Yeah, they both have it. Okay. They're trying.
Here's the thing for AJ in that spot. I think I would prefer him to just call there to
To
get
try
a
to get
third
Jason
player
to
in,
call.
right? Because when Tillman bets there, like, he just has Broadway, right? Always. Like,
I definitely would.
Like,
wouldn't
literally
mind seeing
always.
AJ call to hopefully that Jason
Yeah,
has
so
the bottom
then
end
you
of the
make-
straight, which he does.
right.
And he
right.
probably would have called.
Yeah, because it's so little, right? Tillman bet like 250 or whatever, right?
Well, I don't know. There's 4 to a straight there. Obviously, you have to use 2 cards in your hand.
So
but
Jason might fold, right?
Maybe, yeah.
But for AJ, he's never getting called by worse.
It's more likely that he gets more value
Right.
if that happens.
But yeah, he's never getting more value by raising, right? Because Tillman isn't calling when anything that's not Broadway, and neither is Jason. And Tillman's probably not betting when anything that's not Broadway, right?
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water. You
Yeah.
want anything?
I'm good, thanks. All right, so David's stepping out for a second. So it's going to be just me riding solo for a few minutes. And we hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. If you have, please like and subscribe. We really appreciate it, and it helps the stream grow.
Hey, you're the 2 stars of the show.
It's a mandatory thing.
Yeah, it's essentially mandatory unless you want to splash $100 in the pot.
And we're just waiting for the graphics to catch up here, but it looks like we've got a open from Jaywin and a raise from Aaron.
2 are the ones who get promoted.
So we got a 3-bet, and looks like Jason's going to be coming in for the call. So Jason's holdings when he cold calls 3-bet are going to consist of a lot of middling pocket pairs here, as well as maybe the occasional like 10-jack suited, king-queen suited type of hand. And looks like Lottie's got a decision here, and he's going to come in for the 4-bet. And so this now is just, you know, screaming strength, and he's going to make it about 500. Jaywin's going to go lay it down, and he's going to get a bunch of snap folds. And a nice hand from Lottie. And we're going to move on. So that's a spot where you're just very incentivized to put in the 4-bet because Jason's range is so capped there, and Aaron is going to be doing that pretty wide from the cutoff against a player that he knows is going to be opening fairly wide, and Aaron has the benefit of playing in position for the rest of the hand. So Lottie, recognizing that there's a lot of dead money, is just going to go ahead and put in the 4-bet, and it's going to take down a nice little profit. So he's going to make almost $300 without even having to see a flop. So it's a really nice result. So Jaywin opened, Aaron 3-bet, Jason cold called the small blind, and Lottie 4-bet. We didn't see the hands.
Aces or kings.
Probably. But I mean, I was just saying that, like, in theory, we didn't get to see the cards, but in theory, it's a spot where Lottie's really incentivized the 4-bet because there's so much dead money that he can take down. And if everyone folds, it's a nice little profit room.
I got ace queens to fold incorrectly. Remember that time I got ace queens to fold incorrectly pre?
I think you've gotten that a couple of
What's the chat saying about the Lex O hand? Anything?
Some things I don't want to repeat, but like, yeah, I don't want to be negative, but
Right.
They're just not happy with that fold. What I would say. I mean, I'm not happy with it either, but I thought he was gonna.
Oh wow,
Dave.
Jin for Dave, just nuts. Although we don't know what Brian has, and club flush draws are super super possible here with nobody blocking a club. And Jason's going to go ahead and bet out with the 8-9. And so multi-way, I'm not sure that I like sort of banging into the field like this because it's sort of merged, right? Your hand has enough showdown, but I don't know if you really want to be like turning it into a bluff. And also, I don't know if you're going to be getting value from enough to be betting this, especially 3 ways.
Hey, look at Jaywin here.
My opponents, honestly. Like, if I think I can get folds, then I'm definitely going to bluff more. There are some
And
lineups
I don't know if I really like that call from Jaywin
Yeah,
either.
He's hoping for an ace.
And
ace
Dave
only.
is now in a dream spot, and this is the spot where you just smooth call.
I'm never ever
No.
Dave. I mean, he could protect from a flush. You know, he is multi-way.
For sure. For sure. It's a hand that
if you sold,
Stanson needs some
But
protection.
the only problem
given
is
that the
all
flop,
weaker hands are gonna fold.
the flop also checked around, so there's
Yeah.
not too many flush draws out there.
True, I did miss that part, but
And
yeah.
so, yeah, I think
It's,
that's
it's
just-
like every time we want Dave to do
Yeah,
something, he
he
does
just-
the opposite.
yeah.
And look, Dave, pre-flop raise. So
yeah.
you know, if he would raise more often with his premium hands and also his good semi-bluff hands, I think he would put himself in less bad situations and get more value uncontested.
like
Right.
raise, call, ace 4 suited, rip
Ah.
any big blind.
And again, we just want to be fully transparent, guys. Like, you know, we like Lex O, like, no disrespect to him whatsoever. We're just very, very surprised. With
And
that
like
fold.
it is
Just
a
very
lot.
surprised.
It's a lot easier for us because we get to see the cards, right? Like
Yeah,
if
but
Lottie,
in limp pot, I don't think you and I are folding.
right. But if Lottie had pocket eights there,
You know,
right?
so be it.
No, for sure. But we would say, oh, he's a genius, right?
Yeah.
But it's just unfortunate for him that he has 10 deuce, and now like everybody has to see that he folded whatever the best hand, et cetera, et cetera. So he's a bit at the mercy of the cards there too.
You also got to think of the mental side of poker. I mean, he's been kind of running into it.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
and maybe he
100%.
just didn't-
100%.
Like,
And
if he
he's
didn't
been-
have a
yeah.
bad day on Monday, maybe he checked jams.
For sure,
You
for
know,
sure.
sometimes there's a mental block when you're running bad.
100%.
And I've been there. I know you've been there.
100%. And I think for him, he's having a good stream. He's up. He's just like, I don't need to risk it with, my trips here. But
I've certainly pulled off a few of those.
it's pretty crazy. Oh, good turn for AJ.
Tillman with top pair here, but AJ turns trips.
First time I've ever had a seat at the beginning of a game.
And Lexo has
So-
second pair
I've been with the show
with the gutter to the straight.
I've ever actually
Needs a jack.
or spot.
Dynamic board. Like to see AJ go big here. 140. I think you could even bet bigger here. There's so many hands that you can get value from.
Now, does Lexo want to call with his pair and his gutter?
Here's the thing, the other Dave, no, it's double
And
Dave,
he
so there's no
is.
Dave, the other Dave is
Tillman's going to go ahead and get out. Jaywin's going to get out.
Dave's not here, man.
Queen or a jack, and does not
Nope.
get there.
And AJ probably isn't super in love with that river.
Well, AJ does have a
But-
heart in his hand, so he's blocking hearts. But
Right.
he's going to go ahead and continue. And what is that? 225?
Gonna get
325.
Probably will just get a fold unless Lex wants to come in for the raise here, which would be a pretty creative line, but I don't think it will get through.
No, I think AJ is calling with especially with the heart in his hand. If he doesn't have a heart there, I
Right.
think it's more likely that he can find a fold.
Right, and Lex is just
And
gonna
he's going to go ahead and get out of the way here. And low IQ says no disrespect to the person, just to play. And not even disrespecting the play. It's just really surprised with the play.
just
That's-
genuine. I think it's just our genuine reactions. That's
Yeah.
all we're trying to do. And we were both. I mean, if you had asked us before we saw the action, we would have both bet that he was gonna check shove there 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And I think, we're sitting back here just assuming that was what was going on, waiting for it to happen. And then we're both really surprised when he found the
Well,
fold.
sometimes we've seen some really crazy folds that end up being wrong. And obviously, people, will say whatever they want in the chat, and commentators will say whatever they want. But sometimes when you're the player on that table, you see or know something that maybe we're not thinking of. And that's why
100%.
they make that fold. But does it mean that they're always correct? No. And we all make mistakes. Trust me, I know I've made some really stupid folds before.
Right.
And it sucks.
And sometimes it's like how you've been running or your,
This nitrous meme even started.
your headspace in the hand or whatever. And that's what makes poker tough.
Yeah, you have to make decisions with limited information. Kind of like life.
And when you feel like you're getting run over, you're just like, here we go again, right? And Brian going to make a call with the Jack-6 of hearts. Let me see.
Oh, nice flop for Jaywin. 2 pair.
Jalen
Backdoor
flops bottom 2.
flush draw for Brian and
I feel
third
like Mike
pair.
started the Neeme and we both carried the torch there.
And I think that this bet is probably just going to get it done.
Oh,
But
another
I'm
call.
wrong.
Better hope a 6 doesn't come. Most likely would like to see a heart or a jack for Brian. 6 would be brutal.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
And that looks like an 8. 8 of hearts. Hasn't popped up on the action tracker yet, but
So this weekend,
if that's what it is, Brian now has a flush draw,
And
backdoor flush draw.
Jaywin is going to overbet? Is that 350?
250. Yep.
Oh, man.
Protect his hand against straights and flush draws,
Right.
and this
I
may
think they
do the
really
trick
like
here.
this bet from Jaywin.
You do or you don't?
I do.
She thought it was like a dating social thing.
Charge draws to the maximum.
And then you also set up an SPR where you can jam the river.
TCH Houston one is next weekend.
Because if Brian makes this call,
And I think
it's going to
Jaywin,
go up to about almost 800, and Brian will have around 700 behind.
right? Jaywin wants to take this line with a lot of his like spade holdings too, and so I think he has a decent amount of bluffs here.
And Brian is going to stay in
So,
here.
yeah, I think the thing for Brian here is that calling the flop puts you into some bad spots when you turn something like this, right? Because, like, this is not a great spot for him here, right? But you've hit, like, the best turn that you could pretty much ask for. And so now he's going to rip.
He's going to go for it. Trying to get max value for the heart
This, this puts Jaywin in a really not so fun spot.
here. Yeah.
I mean, like a big one, like on the road.
It's 10-9.
Like I've had a couple close calls.
10-9 was either already there or
Yeah.
gets there.
I had a third at Venetian this year.
Ace-10 is
Ace
there,
10.
for sure. Ace-10 definitely takes this line.
And Jaywin's not blocking any of those.
And Brian has been relatively snug
He has.
this game, and so Jaywin's thinking, is he really like gonna, is this really ever a bluff? And
No.
oh, wow.
Show it. Show it, Brian.
Show the jack.
Show it.
Shows the jack.
Shows the
Yeah,
jack,
of
yeah.
course. Yeah.
Nice. Nice play.
3 nights when I run out my tier credits.
That was the best way to win that hand there. He either win it now or you're going to get max value if he hits his heart.
Right.
If he just calls there and he misses, then he's just kind of
Okay, last hand.
burning
Nothing
money
you
right
can
there.
do. Yeah.
Reset, so if you haven't done the
Great play by Brian.
Really nice play from Brian there.
Ace check.
Austin's getting some love in the chat. People loving Austin as a great commentator. I enjoy it too, man.
Yeah,
Should
thanks,
definitely
chat.
do it more often.
Yeah.
Tried to get Austin in here a couple of weeks ago, but he went out to Vegas to do non-poker activities.
Did some climbing. It was good.
Yeah.
Stayed away from the strip. It's definitely a good thing.
He didn't play at all?
Nope.
Wow.
Actually, I played one tournament.
Oh, so you did play.
I played one tournament. We took one day off, and I was like, okay, I'll go play a tournament, whatever. So Brian getting right back on the horse.
And Tillman's going to call with the... Oh, no. It's. I could have sworn it said call.
Yeah, the graphics have been a little off tonight. Sorry about that, folks, but
Did Jaywin call?
Jaywin looks to have called on the small blind
And
with
Jason's
three.
just in the way.
AJ gonna get in there. So we're gonna see, you know, our classic five-way hand.
Yeah, five-way again.
Nobody knows how to navigate these pots ever. And
9-8-6 flop.
AJ flops the best of it.
AJ has a gutter currently. David has a pair of 8s.
It just got double gut.
Double
Right?
gutter. No, hold on. 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
7 or jack.
7 and a jack. Yep.
It's always.
I know.
So
it's,
you gotta
look
figure
at it
out what
twice.
everybody
Yeah.
has. Yeah.
You gotta look at it
So
twice.
Dave has the best hand with a pair of 8s.
The PLO bomb pots are the worst because you're
Yeah,
like waiting for
what
them
is-
all
yeah.
to come out,
And then you're just like, what does everybody have?
and everyone's like, "Come on, guys, tell us what you have." It's like our eyes work as fast as yours. And another
No,
9.
Jaywin picks up a flush draw.
Second pair for Dave is still good. Double gutter for AJ and a flush draw for Jaywin
I wonder if Jaywin's a little bit frustrated.
because of that last hand.
Yeah, so that call on the flop is pretty speculative from him, but maybe he's a little bit frustrated.
Well, he has showdown value now, but not gonna win
Yep,
this
and
hand.
David's going to end up with the best of it, but I imagine any bet here now wins. And we got Aaron popping it. And Jaywin
And Jaywin's gonna go for it.
going to go for it. And I can't imagine that anybody's going to call. Oh,
Not snap call. And
snap raise. Oh,
he
no,
called.
call. King 8, wow. And Jaywin's face.
Yeah, you can see it there on Jaywin. He was a little unhappy with that last hand.
Yeah, I think he maybe is a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there. That's a good and bad part about this game because
Yeah, 100%.
Jalen and I were talking about that the other day. It's like when you're super stuck, it's like I hate poker.
Yeah.
And then you win like a humongous hand and you're up. You're like, I love this.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right.
And like that's what just kind of keeps you coming back. It's
Right.
a love-hate relationship.
100%.
Sometimes you hate the game, you need to take a break, and sometimes you just love the game. But that's what keeps players coming back.
100%. 100%.
Because we've all been there where it's just like, God, I just don't want to play it. And you've all been there when you just don't want to stop playing.
Right. It's like, oh my God, I keep getting the best hand. This is so fun.
Yes.
And then sometimes it's like I just keep running into it somehow. So, Dave, with a really good snap call there, and
Yeah.
I feel bad because I feel like we've been harping on his play a lot tonight,
Yeah.
but that is actually a really good call there.
Oh, yeah.
Because Jay is repping pretty thin, and he's just going to have the best hand there a lot. And the 8 is actually a really good card to have there because he blocks 8, 9, and blocks 8s and stuff. So
And it's unlikely for Jalen to have a 9 there with 2 9s being on the board
right,
as well.
yeah. So just
So and
didn't
he's
even
not,
didn't
he's
even
not
think
worried
about it.
10s plus. either.
Right, and he didn't even think about it. He was just like, okay, snap call. Yeah.
Queen 4 against King Queen.
Aaron raises to 80. It looks
Okay,
like.
second pair
And
versus
that
2
is
pair.
not a good flop for Aaron.
Brian plays a little bit snug, but he's also pretty sneaky.
Drawing to backdoor hearts.
I would just call here.
4s.
I know he wants to potentially protect from a flush, but yeah, he's
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and raise. The problem with
And-
this, he's gonna scare away all the weaker hands and lose value from top 2 here.
100%.
Because even if the flush gets there, you still have outs to a boat. So I would definitely like just a call here, but Queen 4 is definitely gonna hit the muck. Oh.
Oh, it's not.
Oh. Okay,
Wow.
so now Aaron thinks that Brian is on the flush draw.
Making a little move.
And now Aaron's going to give him the stare. 6 coming in.
Changes
Doesn't
nothing?
change anything. Check.
And I'd like to see Brian
a
continue to bet now, given the action.
Probably
Maybe-
300.
Yeah, that's
250 to
That's what I was
300.
going to say. That's exactly what he's going with.
It goes
Looks like 300.
Okay, if Aaron makes this call, this pot's going to go up to about 1,000, and Brian will have about slightly under 1,000 left with the pot size bet. And I think Aaron can get away.
Yeah, I think now
potentially
Aaron can get away.
Unless he thinks he puts them on hearts and only hearts. But Aaron has a heart in his hand. And Aaron's going to stare at him once again. And Brian couldn't help himself. but just
Yeah,
laugh.
and he just smiles at him. And he stare each other down. He gives him the smile.
That's so funny.
And Aaron, that might be the most I've ever seen Aaron break his poker face.
Yeah. He's normally just so...
I think given what we've seen, he's going to get away from it. But
He's
maybe
gonna, he's
not.
gonna fold.
Maybe.
I've rarely ever seen Aaron do that.
He's really thinking
Oh!
about it.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
I think he thinks you're on hearts.
So he just really
But-
is not believing Brian right now.
4. Oh, that would have been terrible.
And now,
No.
yeah, that's going to win. Nice hand. Hey, good shot.
Gee,
I said nice hand, man.
yeah.
Oh, man. What a fun hand.
That's so funny.
What a fun hand.
Well, I mean, what else is he putting him over there? Probably hearts, I would assume.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
mean, what else?
Yeah.
Yeah, second pair, terrible kicker. Didn't believe him at all.
I wonder what that's a spot where I'd love to have mics. I wonder what Brian said. I wonder if he said something
Yeah.
like kind of cheeky or whatever.
They're saying, good read, Aaron.
Yeah. Aaron's up a bunch, I think, right? So he
Yeah,
can get
and see
some-
that also plays in a big part too. It's like sometimes you play different when you're
Oh,
when you're
run
down.
bad
Ace.
for Jason.
Oh no!
And he
wants to
says,
keep-
"Let me just keep it." He's like, "No, no."
Oh, don't be. Let's see if he had another one.
Yeah.
Straddle 40.
Oof! Wow. Imagine if he. Oof.
King 10. Aaron excuse me, Jaywin asking Jason how much he has, trying to see. Does he make it?
Looks like 100. Yeah.
No, but it's.
Yeah,
Okay,
100
yeah,
over
he did
the
make
$40
Got it,
straddle,
got
and
it.
Dave now has a hand. And if you're going to VPIP this, I think it has to be a 3-bet.
Yes,
Um,
but he's most likely gonna call. If he 3-bets this, I'll be shockingly surprised.
but, yeah, it's not the most egregious hand to flat because, like, everything's so inflated by the straddles and stuff. But I would prefer to see a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Aaron, discipline fold. I'm curious to see what Jason has, though.
Oh, he had an
Oh!
ace. No. That was his other ace.
No, that's his. So we don't know what Jason has, right? Because the scanner is wrong.
Oh,
Because
it
the
was
ace of diamonds was
yeah.
exposed, so it
'Cause
scanned
he
first. So
scanned
now
it.
Jason has a queen and something else.
Yeah, Jason does not have the ace of diamonds because that was exposed and gated back.
So-
But he scanned it,
Right.
so that's why it popped up.
Nobody has anything.
Well, we know Jason doesn't have queens.
Probably has a fair amount of like queen X of clubs hands here, right? Queen 10, queen jack of clubs, queen 9 of clubs, maybe.
Check. Going to a turn.
So not queen 9 of clubs. Club.
King.
Okay.
Okay.
So Jason potentially has a flush draw here. And both Jaywin and Dave pick up top pair. So Jaywin is kind of just running into it right
Yeah,
now.
this may
This
get a
is
little
a-
expensive for Jason.
Yeah. This is a super annoying turn for him, right?
He's likely going to bet. And
Because-
let's see if
yeah.
Dave raises here.
And he's going to bet
And Dave
2/3. And Dave isn't going nowhere.
Just going to call.
Snap call. And Jaywin can't like that too much. And Jason is like, do I have clubs? No.
not.
The answer is no. All right. And
3 changes, nothing.
pretty big blank. I wonder if Jaywin continues to go for value here.
Or goes for check call.
So what do you like here in this spot?
Well, I definitely don't like my kicker in this situation, and
Mm-hmm.
definitely for being out of position, I would hate to get raised here.
Right.
So, and he could potentially have a 4. It's unlikely, but I would definitely go for a check call here, depending on how big Dave made it. Because if I make it 300-400 and I get raised, I am hating life.
Right. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think Dave is just going to snap this off. 500.
Now he's talking to him.
Jaywin
What about you?
not
Would
in the
do you like
mood.
check call here or more leading?
I think that what you said makes a lot of sense. That if you get raised, you really hate your life. And I think that because you lose the king 9, you're going really thin here. But maybe he gets a better hand to fold. Although Dave's holding. So
Dave's
Yeah.
trying to figure
Once
out
you
if he's
pick-
behind king queen or ace king here
Right.
because Jaywin raised it, but raised it very small though.
right. Once someone picks up the chips, though, like they almost never. Like if you cut out the amount,
Yeah.
I've noticed like people are almost never gonna fold after they do that. You know.
What I've noticed about Dave is when he wants to call, he kind of waits and he talks and he's trying to get a read, but he's
Yep.
going to make the call.
Oh,
And
Jaywin.
Jaywin's like, "Why'd you take so long?"
Yeah.
But Dave was probably trying to wonder, like, am I behind king queen here?
Yeah.
Because I think if Jaywin has ace queen, he's making it definitely a lot bigger. Because he
Yep.
made it a pretty small raise with a $40 straddle and just bumped it up to only 100, not
For
even
sure.
3x.
Man, this is a really tough day for Jaywin.
Yeah.
He just like running the second best hand into the best hand a lot, and you know,
And you know, when
nice hand,
stuff-
Dave.
When stuff like that happens too, you really start, you know, from a mental standpoint, you start second guessing yourself.
Mhm.
Like, am I a good player? Am I doing things right?
Mhm.
What the heck's going on? And then the very next day, you have a really good hand, and then all those feelings go away.
Yeah,
you know
for
what I
sure,
mean?
for sure.
Like,
Yeah, I think for Jaywin too, it's like a spot where like I don't know if he normally is gonna bet there, but like he's seen Dave do like a lot of unorthodox things tonight, and so he feels like, oh, maybe he'll call me with like jacks or queens here, right?
Yeah.
And so he's like, I have to value bet, and he just. It's just super frustrating for him when his opponent wakes up with just like 1 pip better, right?
she said, again, slow rolled.
Yeah, no, that's 100%.
Do you
sort of
really
how
feel
it
like
feels
it's a
like.
slow roll there?
No,
Do you
I
snap
don't.
Call? I don't snap
I
call
don't
with
think
King
so,
Jack
but
there.
I think like given how Jay's knight has gone, that's how it feels for him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think you could think it through with King Jack there just to make sure that, I mean, you're not probably folding, but you're
I
not
just
probably snap
think
calling
that you're
either.
never folding there, right? And so it's tough for Jay. Like, it was the same thing with the king, queen, ace, king hand, right? Where, like, Jay bets, and he's like, please don't snap, and then he doesn't get snapped, and then he's like, oh, man, I'm almost definitely good here, and then he gets called by ace, king, and he's
Yeah.
like, wow, well, this sucks.
What's
right?
really annoying is they, like, almost have the nuts, and then they take forever.
Yeah.
You're like, bro, what are you, what,
Yeah,
what are you
yeah,
waiting
yeah,
for?
Yeah. And
5-4
we had
suited
a big
versus
raise from Jason.
King Deuce. King
And
Deuce is still ahead here.
nobody flops anything.
I think whoever takes a whiff at this is going to go ahead
Aaron,
and take it down.
yeah. Aaron's
Aaron
got
has
three to
backdoor straights.
3 to straight, 3 to flush.
Yeah. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush.
But I think that Jason is just going to get away with this. I just really like Aaron's thinking face.
Yeah.
He's so pensive, man.
Say. Is he going to call or come in? Yeah. And I had a feeling he was going to come in for the check raise.
Did he
because-
raise?
Yeah, because he doesn't have much here. He's trying to take it down.
No,
right
it's not.
now.
No check raise, right? I think Aaron's on the button. Oh,
Hold
no,
on.
he's not. He's a
No,
small
no,
one.
he's
No, you're
check
right.
raised.
Wow, he check raised.
There's not much that he's beating here. He has a lot of back doors.
Oh,
so.
man. I mean, a lot of backdoors feels sort of generic, but
Yeah.
That's why I stuck with Rio.
And he also knows that
And Jason
Jason can
now-
just do anything light.
Instead of
Is he going to call?
Jason now is like, what the hell, man? Like, it's not really a board that you get. Hey, he shows it. Does he? Yeah, he shows it. Oh, what a needle.
The thing is, he made it so small. I'm surprised Jason didn't
Yeah.
deal. But Jason
Basically
didn't have
min
any.
clicked. Yeah.
next time I think since it's supposed to be shot.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. Okay, shout out to Austin and David. They are making the stream fun to watch with their awesome commentary. Well, we appreciate it.
Shout out. Who is that?
Good job to you. I don't know how to say this. I apologize. Shab hit is SHOP HIT. And then
Shop
here,
hit?
you can try this. I'll probably butcher it. Shab hit.
Shab it?
Mit
Yeah.
Tao?
Yeah. Thanks.
Tao? Where are you from?
Appreciate it.
I'm just going
Yeah.
to call you SM.
Yeah, thanks, SM. We appreciate it. We're doing our best.
Yeah. You always leave that one.
Man. Dave.
That's always fun. Queens.
Oh, running into Queens. But he probably feels like he's on top of the world right now. And
Who?
AJ. Dave.
Oh, because he won that
Yeah.
last game?
No, he's been, I mean, he's running good tonight, man. He's won a few big hands.
Yeah. 7-5 for the Lexo. Lexo he's been, haven't really heard from since the Queen Deuce hand. Jason's going to get in there. He has an ace. So he says, nobody else has an ace because I have one. He's going to go ahead and call the 80. Hoping for a
And Lottie.
four-liner to the
Lottie getting in there
Lottie
with
with
the
the
Jack 9
Who
suited.
is this, man?
Oh, man.
What in the world here?
Lottie said, I bluffed someone off trips today, so. Ooh.
Oh, I
Jason.
just said a four card straight for Jason. There it is. Or not there it is, but
Yeah.
it's almost there. 75% of the win.
Oh,
there.
man. This is
If a heart comes, that's going to
potentially
be
a
brutal
cooler.
for AJ.
Yeah. And Jason's going nowhere.
Especially if it's King of Hearts.
You know, probably grosser is like deuce of spades, right? That'd be really gross.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be really,
He does
really,
have a
really
gutter as
gross.
well.
Yeah.
Needs a 2 or a heart or an ace for Jason to win. And he has more equity, as you can see here, even though he is behind.
Right.
He
One-
may even raise here.
1 over 8 hearts, 4 cards, or 3 cards to the straight, yeah.
And there he goes, all in.
Oh, he shoved.
He's going to realize all of his equity.
Wow, that's a huge shove. man.
And snap call, obviously,
Right.
he's not going nowhere.
He said, I have an ace. Oh.
One time? One time.
One time.
Yeah.
Wow, these guys are
Well, I think Jason typically
not
goes one
faint of
time,
heart.
and AJ as well.
I think you're right. Yeah.
one
nice
time
hand,
for the
AJ.
one time. What about you? Do you like going one time?
I like twice. I am a twice always kind of guy. I don't like pain, man.
You don't like what?
I don't like pain.
Pain?
Yeah. So I'm always just like the,
I
if
just
it's-
like doubling and tripling up. But I will
For sure.
say, there's certain people I will always run it twice with. Chase is one of them. He gives so much action. I will always run it twice with him. And I will say like 94% of the time I run it twice. But if it's a super friendly game, and maybe I'll run it twice. But for the most part, I like to just go once. But every time I go once and then I lose, I go shit. Should have ran it twice.
I always just like, I don't know. I think it,
Justin Davis enjoying it. Nice job, guys.
Thanks, Justin.
Definitely like Austin and David. But we appreciate you guys. It's always Austin and David are the bomb. Whoa. Giving David and David a run for his money. David Pratt, if you're listening here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You got some competition. Although I don't know if I can compete with
Pratt?
David Pratt. Pratt is a funny guy.
He is a funny
Yeah.
guy.
He's awesome. One of my favorite guys to play with. And
He
awesome,
is.
for sure.
The way he makes his bets, just
funny.
That face that he makes?
Yeah.
Ace Queen for
Oh,
AJ.
man. That's why
Definitely
we
gonna-
need cameras back here so people could see the face that you
We
just
do.
made.
We have it right here.
Oh, really? Yeah,
well,
you got
I
to
mean,
get that on.
we used to do it, but something happened with the stream. I don't
Okay,
know.
yeah,
It's
you
kinda,
need that on,
I have to admit, it's kind of awkward sometimes.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that.
But and then I
Alright.
can't wear my hat, Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta do
The
your
whole thing.
hair.
Yeah. Got to look presentable.
Yeah. Who wants to
Oh,
look
man.
presentable?
Yeah, for sure.
David is the best listener ever. Does that mean listening to Austin or reading the chat from you guys? Because reading and listening are two different things.
So,
All right.
Aaron going to flop the best of it. With
Six
pocket
is still
sixes.
good here. Oh, Tillman got a 4.
Tillman in there with the 8-4 off.
Well, he was in the straddle, so he looks like he defended.
Okay, yeah, it might be the last, and he's going to take
And
down.
Aaron went ahead and take
game.
it. So, when is the all-women stream? Have we ever done one of those?
I don't know.
I'm not
That's a
really
good question, though. I mean, that would be fun.
Cumulative winnings. Let's.
Oh,
Jay
Jay-Win
went
is
down
getting
4.9.
smushed.
Just been kind of running into it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Dave and AJ up. Oh, Dave is actually up. Dave can actually be up a lot more if he played certain hands.
Slightly
just
differently,
slightly
but he
more
still has
aggressive.
made a few very nice calls. He made
Where
a
was
very nice
Lexo?
call with
Right
King
in the
8.
middle? Was he down?
Right in
or-
the middle. Down to like 200.
Oh, okay,
2 or 300.
so Austin can't read. That's funny.
That's not very nice.
The needles are always entertaining.
I can't read.
6-4 off for Aaron. Oh, we're almost done here. I just realized we got about 5 minutes left, everybody. If you haven't hit that like button or subscribe, please go ahead and do so. We're in the 37K range. It would be nice if we can get up to 40K by the end of the year. So help us out. Share with your friends. Let us know.
Lottie
Queens.
raises it up. No, raises it up
Oh, I was
200.
gonna say. See, Queens, Jacks, and Aces a lot today.
called this hand because of the game.
20-ish.
I wonder what the game is. Lexo said, I called this hand because of the game. And so I wonder what the game is.
Oh, the VPIP game.
Oh, okay.
No, it was like a 13.
Not messing around.
You know, I wonder if that's why there's more limping, because everyone's trying
Yeah,
to
for sure. Definitely.
trying to get the VPIP.
You know, we had a stream for Seth's birthday where highest VPIP won a t-shirt. And I VPIP'd 50% of hands, and I got a t-shirt. And I'll say, it's really, really, really hard to VPIP 50% of hands.
Yeah, it
Like,
is.
you have to actively be trying to play badly.
So I think Stoops is trolling you. Is this the Stoops that we play with?
Is it? What
It's not too late to learn, buddy. David can teach you. He's very good at reading. Oh, I hear screaming.
Screaming.
So hopefully something comes up. Lexo about to smash a hand and win $20 for the night. David Pratt in the chat. Hey, David, can you go collect $20 that Aaron owes for me? I will try to do that. Just got to tackle him, and then Aaron will grab the money. David says, does that mean that Lottie is above the Lottie line?
I think so.
I don't know.
What's the Lottie line? Do we have an official number on it?
Okay, Stoop says, story time, craziest thing you've ever seen at TCH. While I think about that here, let's go to the
The
hand.
craziest thing I've ever seen at TCH is Stoops took his clothes off and said, do you want to see the tattoo I have on my ass?
Stoops?
Yeah.
Hold on, is this Stoops? That would be really funny.
And then
if
he
this-
proceeded to get kicked out of the room,
No way.
which, you know,
Now there's the one where Jason.
can't blame the floor.
Yeah, flop my aces.
But that is the craziest thing I've seen at TCH Austin.
It was against Jay West.
Well,
So
I'm
shout
never-
out to Stoops.
I'm never here that late, so.
Nope, it was like the middle of the afternoon.
Aaron's
like
like kings
4:30.
and is behind with Brian with the set. Oh, this may get expensive.
Oh, wow.
Aaron has backdoor hearts, and he is definitely going to lead this.
But hadn't done such
Probably
a
somewhere in the 200 range.
so once
Aaron has
175 to 225.
11% equity.
but I was in it.
Well, yeah, because he has 80, and then these guys have the 9 and the 10, and 2's running dead. There you go, 200.
11 seems high.
Did a Wednesday over the summer. I was on my way up to
Oh, because he can run a no, he can't.
Did he say raise? Yeah. Raise pretty big
Too
here. but-
much.
Yeah, too much maybe. And, well, hold on. How much did he make it? Oh,
Too much.
well, I know there's a lot of people in there, but
So deep.
you're scaring everybody away.
which somebody reminded me was a hand.
But now Aaron is in a spot where he's not super happy.
Aaron
right?
made jam.
Hey, he's just
here.
going to jam.
And maybe that's why Brian made it so much, just to be like, I want to fold. And they're going to stare at each other again. Aaron is also blocking hearts.
I said, like, yes, Dallas, yes.
If Aaron calls here, the pot's going to go to 2.2. And Brian only has 1.2 behind. So Aaron either has to fold or shove here. It doesn't really make sense just to call.
It's like, yeah, this smells weird.
This
And
is
I think he's
not
going
a
to
fun
jam.
spot for Aaron.
Unless he thinks he's behind a set and a set only. And it would be an amazing fold by him.
Yeah, this would be an amazing fold. But like if it was a rainbow board, maybe, but so in spots like this, like board texture matters so much, right? Because like if it was 10 of spades, 7 of hearts, 3 of hearts, right? Like your opponent could just have ace 10 of hearts, and then you're ahead of that. But now, since the top card is the flush card, right? It's less likely that they have pair plus flush draw, right? Because like ace 7 of hearts is probably less likely than ace 10 of hearts here, right? And so it plays with the combos, right? And obviously, like,
And they're staring at each other again.
and he's talking again. Oh man.
Fold or shove. It's also
Oh,
one of the last
man.
hands of the stream, too. So
Right.
does Aaron want to risk half of his stack here, not knowing if he's behind potentially 10 sevens or 3s? Because those are
It's
the
a
only things that really
pretty-
make sense.
Yeah.
Or
I agree.
a flush draw,
Right.
nut flush draw.
And
Does Aaron fold or does he go for it all?
wow, this is not a fun spot for Aaron.
No,
He's really,
this-
really, really thinking about it. So, you know, you've played a decent amount of cards in the last year and a half, it sounds like. Like, would it ever cross your mind here, like, to fold because it's late in your session? You're like, I just want to lock up the win?
Yeah. And you probably shouldn't think that way because you shouldn't be resorts oriented, but
Right.
we're all human. And sometimes we're just like, nope,
Right.
I'm about to leave. I've just
Right.
been here for 4 or 5 hours.
Right. I'm
I've
up
made
a
this
good
amount of money.
amount. Yeah.
Why am I
so-
going to risk it all in this one hand to try to be a
Right.
hero and then
Right.
be wrong?
Right.
So I think we've all been there. Would you
Right.
agree with that?
Yeah, no, I think that it's something that shouldn't, but definitely does cross our
Yeah.
minds, right? And so I wonder if that is sort of what Aaron is considering. here a
Aaron's
little
laughing
bit.
now. I think Aaron may find the fold.
He looks like he's
He
gonna
looks like he's going to
fold,
fold.
man.
And also Brian looks super comfortable. I think Brian's giving too much away here. Now he's gonna fold.
Will you show 7 of hearts or
He-
7 of spades?
no, he should have showed the hearts.
Show the heart, man.
Now he's gonna fold.
No. Oh my God, 7 of hearts is actually a really good card to show to get called there. But
Yeah.
you know, I think Brian in this spot is also just like, you know, if I take it down, that's fine.
All right, show me another one.
And he's gonna fold. Oh God,
Oh.
he showed both. What the Oh man. Okay, Brian's a good sport. Go ahead.
I just can't believe he showed
I
both
can't
of
believe
them.
he just showed
He
that
showed
either.
both
Oh my
cards.
God.
And Aaron just gets, you know,
Why is Aaron not hugging this man
Aaron
right
just
now?
gets
That's
let off the hook for
What
a
in
really
the world?
difficult decision there.
collusion. I call collusion.
Oh my God.
Aaron's like, what are you doing, bro? You had a set. I was gonna jam. Oh my God. Look at Tillman. What just happened?
Lex O is like, what?
Why did he show 2?
What?
Pocket threes.
We took 2. Come on.
He should have showed the 7 of hearts. I mean, he should have showed anything, to be honest with you. But if he's going to show
Yeah,
1,
I think,
show 7 of hearts.
yeah, man. That's crazy.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, shoot. Okay. Is this the last hand? Oh, that was the last hand, everyone. Okay, well, here are the chip counts. Dave with a 4.9. Let's see real quick if we get the cumulative winnings before we let you guys go. And does not. All right, doesn't look like it's going to come. So, well, again, my name is David Della Pena, and this is Austin Lynn. We'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, everyone.